as they worked, an army of people working in that site all night long. Now, we've been talking about the fact that there are literally now, we're finding hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people who are in New York looking for relatives, carrying pictures, going from hospital to hospital trying to find people. For a while, there was a center at Bellevue Hospital here in New York, which is on the Lower East Side, where people could come to register information about relatives who were missing. Bellevue got overwhelmed, and the city of New York has now set up at the Manhattan Armory at 25th and Lexington, which is also downtown, not quite as far, a grief center. And people can go there for counseling and also to bring the information about their relatives in hopes that maybe they would be at one of the hospitals or over in Liberty State Park in New Jersey, where many of the injured were originally taken. Cynthia McFadden, for the last 48 hours, almost nonstop, has been reporting on the injured and, unfortunately, on those who are casualties, and she's with us now. Cynthia?
Charlie, just another point on the service center that you described at the Armory. This is the place to go if you're a family member to register. We understand it is the only official place to register a missing person report at this point in New York City. So family members are urged by city officials, the mayor's office, to go, in fact, to the Lexington Avenue location. This is the only official place to register if you've lost a loved one. Overnight, you can see the scene behind me, Charlie, Diane. It's changed significantly all day yesterday. We were seeing empty stretchers on the sidewalk as they waited for victims to be rescued and brought here for treatment. They have moved their operation inside. Hospital officials here want you to know that they are still ready to receive any rescue workers or victims from the World Trade Center towers. Overnight, 8 rescue workers were brought here, 6 of them firefighters. No other patients were brought to the hospital overnight. The injuries were primarily respiratory, as well as eye abrasions, which are the same kind of injuries we've been hearing about from the rescue workers all along. 4 area residents, that is this area in Greenwich Village, were brought here to the trauma center last night because of breathing difficulties. Late last night we were reporting that most of us here were wearing masks. That's because the quality of the air has degenerated. This morning it's better. The wind has shifted again. But that plume, occasionally, you can't see it right now. Earlier in the morning you could see the black plume rising again. As the firefighters have explained to us, black is bad in this case. Black smoke means new fires, means electrical fires most probably, and we were getting that acrid smell. Charlie, I can tell you a little bit more about numbers if that's appropriate at this time.
It's always appropriate. You go ahead, Cynthia.
A total of 620 people have been received between this St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan and the outer borough St. Vincent's Hospitals. That's 620 total patients, and let me tell you the number of people who have been admitted. 96 people have been admitted. Of the total, approximately 83 are either fire or police workers. This hospital this morning has been contacted by emergency services and told that they will remain and become the chief trauma center. Everything south of 14th Street is closed, essentially. And so, because of traffic concerns, EMS has said they are going to bring all traumas, anyone rescued, to this hospital first. And so they are standing by. They tell us that they have double staff in the emergency room, and more than half again, their staff in the rest of the hospital. So they're ready, and they're hoping for patients.
I was just going to say, it is an unusual situation where you have trauma workers, emergency workers hoping for patients, but if they get patients, obviously that means people who are alive, and they're not finding many in the rubble. Now, Brian Ross and John Miller, who've been all over the story of the investigation and how it's proceeding on all the different fronts and ran through it for you a moment ago, pointed to the fact that so much of it is centered on the state of Florida, that there were terrorists in this country for more than a year getting pilot training, and 2 of the suspects that have been identified by federal authorities were trained at a Huffman flying school, which is in Venice, Florida. Antonio Mora has gone down there this morning and has one of the directors of that school with him. Antonio?
Charlie, that is where I am here in Venice, Florida, and I am joined by Rudy Deckers, who's the owner and the chief executive officer of Huffman Aviation. And he yesterday remembered the people, these two men, Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shehi, he remembered them vaguely, but this morning you woke up, Rudy, and you saw a picture, I believe we have that picture, of Mohammed Atta, and now you have a much clearer memory of who this man was.
Yeah, now I remember this guy. He was in the Naples Daily News picture, and now I remember him. I talked a few times to him, and that's the person I never liked, just by feeling. That's the only thing. Nothing feeling about what he was planning to, but some people say you don't like him. I didn't like him.
That seems to be the general consensus of everyone that has spoken about him. There's another student here who knew him, did not like this man. You had described them as strange birds. Was there anything suspicious about them?
Well, no, the only thing is that these people from these countries, like the Middle East, are always a little bit different. We leave them alone. They come here to train. We do more of these people from the Middle East. They were not socializing with anybody of us.
Now, you did not train them yourself, but one of your instructors did spend quite a lot of time with them. Now, he is completely in shock and doesn't want to talk about this.
Yeah, he flew 4 months with them, trained them, no socializing, but he's completely off the chart, as we are all. But he was 4 months together with them. He is completely off the chart.
Now, how did they get to you? Did they apply to the school? Did they just show up?
No, they just walked up into the front door. Apparently they were flying in another school. I've heard Tampa. I can't confirm that. One of them had a license already. They stated that they were not happy with the flight school. They were investigating flight schools, 2 in this field, and they came back a couple of days after and decided to fly with us.
Now, there are no restrictions on foreigners coming and learning to fly airplanes in the United States?
No, no. When usually the foreigners are coming from overseas because they're foreigners.
Right.
And then we do the whole procedure for them. We send them the right documentation so they can get their visas from the authorities.
So you help them in advance?
We help them in advance. We know about them in advance. These people just showed up here. In the meantime, still my student coordinator took copies of the passport and checked if they were legit in the country. And they did have the stamps that they were legit in the country.
And you had those passports and gave those to the FBI yesterday?
We had copies of the passports and gave that to the FBI.
Has the FBI told you anything?
No, other than that they're investigating the whole situation.
Have you ever had any other students that stood out from the Middle East in particular?
Well, as I said before, they're strange birds to us anyway. They have a different belief, a different behavior. We have more students from the Middle East, and we always are by themselves.
But you have hundreds of students here every year, not that many from the Middle East?
No, a couple of them every 2-3 months.
And the training you give them is on single-engine, simple planes?
Oh, very simple planes. Planes like you can see behind us, single-engine, light multi-engine planes, nothing to be capable of to fly a jet. As I learned yesterday, when the students left here, after they took the test and the government issued the pilot license, we learned yesterday that they went November to a flight school around Pompano Beach to do jet training. So apparently they had training after us.
Now, this is the kind of plane that you fly. Do you think you're capable? You've got many, many years of experience. Would you be capable of moving a 757? Or
I fly occasionally in the back seat, in the back in these airlines, and I think by myself, oh, I wish I could fly for a minute this, but there's no way. There's no way. The systems are different. It's hydraulic. If you steer straight and you keep it at altitude, maybe you're able to do a little bit, but they had to descend. They had to change the speeds. There's no way, in my opinion.
All right, Rudy. Rudy Deckers of Huffman Aviation, we thank you for joining us this morning. I know you were shocked. This whole community is shocked, as is the rest of the country, but in particular here to know that these terrorists lived in their midst. Charlie, Diane?
Antonio, thanks so much. We should point out that the training in commercial aviation on those sophisticated jets took place in Vero Beach at another school. We want to go to Claire Shipman because there's a story this morning, brand new story this morning, which might indicate that the hijackers knew Secret Service codes about the president and the White House, and we want her to tell us about that. Claire.
Well, that's right, Diane. It's the story that everybody's been talking about since late yesterday and overnight. And essentially what it is the White House made a surprising announcent yesterday. They told us that on Tuesday they had a credible threat both against the White House and Air Force One. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesman, and then Attorney General John Ashcroft didn't give us any details, but did call it a credible threat. The New York Times was told by a senior White House official that there was actually a phoned-in threat on Tuesday against Air Force One. And apparently one of the reasons this official says they found it credible was they were using code words that normally people wouldn't know. The president's code name, Secret Service code name, which, as we talked about before, is Trailblazer, and we all know that. There might have been some other information to make them believe it was a more credible threat. Why is all of this important? Because there's been a little bit of talk in Washington about just why the president took so long to get back on Tuesday and how threatening the situation was for him. That's going to continue to be a focus today. The president's already in the Oval Office this morning, by the way, meeting with his security team. We're told it's likely he's going to be meeting with congressional leaders today to again talk about the most important issue of money, some $20 billion he's looking for to deal with the aftermath of this tragedy and some more intelligence services. Diane?
All right, Claire, thanks to you. We are standing by because we are going to be talking to the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, and want to see, there he is. He is wired up and ready. And Mr. Attorney General, we thank you for joining us this morning. You have characterized the investigation as the most massive investigation in U.S. history. How this morning would you characterize the success so far?
Well, we're pursuing a couple thousand credible leads. And I believe we're making progress on those leads. We have 4,000 FBI agents, themselves 3,000 individuals who are support individuals for the FBI agents, hundreds and hundreds, up to 1,000 lab and technicians and scientists. So this is a very substantial effort. It includes every one of the field offices of the FBI. So it is a massive effort, and it's one which we believe is resulting in credible leads that we are following.
General Ashcroft, Charlie Gibson here. We've been talking about how many different arms there are to this investigation. Terrorists perhaps in Florida for up to 15 months getting pilot training down there. Terrorists coming across the border from Canada into Maine. Arrests, we understand, overnight in Germany and the investigation going there. What can you tell us about each of those individual aspects, and are there more?
Well, I can just tell you that we have ongoing activities literally not only across America but in every office of the FBI, and we have offices around the world, that our leads are we believe productive leads, that we're working on those. We know clearly, at least are very confident, that the individuals involved were trained as pilots, that some of them were trained in the United States of America. They operated with technical proficiency to target and to land an aircraft of that size with the deadly accuracy of these acts of war. Was something that obviously resulted from a complex organization with significant ground support, and which was the result of very, very substantial training.
And you talked about 4 cells of terrorists with up to different, I believe you said there were up to 50 people could have been involved. So was there some sort of coordinating structure, do you suspect, of these different cells of terrorists?
Well, we know that there were 4 episodes, and we know that the individuals who committed the crimes perished in the criminal act of war. I don't want to frame this as merely a criminal act. This is an act of war against the United States. Sure. And we know that there had to be ground support and coordination. We are not prepared to say how much ground support, how much coordination, and whether or not there is a sort of cellular breakdown and what that would be if there is a cellular breakdown. We know that there were 4 to 6 terrorists who hijacked these flights and destroyed the lives of the individuals on the flights, as well as thousands perhaps of other lives, and that's what we're moving to understand more fully.
You'd said yesterday 3 to 6 terrorists on each flight, and that you'd identified, you thought, all of them. You just said 4 to 6. Is that a different number now?
I think what I did was to misspeak.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I think
3 to 6.
I want to turn, if I could, Mr. Attorney General, to the report we just heard about from Claire Shipman, the report in the New York Times this morning, that the hijackers may have phoned the Secret Service with threats using codes that were private codes. Is this true? How do you think they got them?
Well, I do know that our nation understood and learned that there were credible threats against the White House and Air Force One.
Using codes?
I'm not going to discuss.
Codes?
I'm not in a position to discuss the nature of the evidence regarding those threats, but they were credible threats, and and we take them very seriously.
Do you have any idea why that plane then went to the Pentagon as opposed to what you think were the two targets, one in Washington and Air Force One, which was perhaps was going to be on the way from Florida to Washington?
Well, frankly, I'm not prepared to make any comments about why any particular planes adopted any particular courses. And I don't want to assume the conditions of your question. Let me indicate that one of our objectives today not only is to continue to pursue these leads, but to provide a way of preventing any further acts and securing the airlines so that we can safely resume travel. And we're doing that by devoting a number of resources, hundreds of customs agents from the Department of Treasury and hundreds of Immigration Naturalization Service, U.S. Marshal, Border Patrol individuals, so that we have a better ability to secure not only airports but airplanes and make the traveling public understand that our airlines will be secure today as a result of increased devoted effort and new procedures.
So will there be somebody armed on most of America's planes when they take off again?
You know, we are devoting hundreds of new resources to secure the airports and the airplanes. And we're not going to be discussing the exact deployments and how those deployments will be carried out. But the American public has reason to know that the steps taken are the right steps to make sure that our airplanes are secure, the airport's subject of much greater security, and we're going to be in the air flying as a nation again, and with the kind of safety that we need to have.
Let me just do one more question before we leave that issue of when the airlines can be going again, because this is obviously very important to the traveling public. We were talking to Lisa Stark a few moments ago about how the security requirements are requiring the airlines to take some time to get things going again, and there's obviously a lot of curiosity as to how many days it will be before the system is really back up and operating again, and you have to work in conjunction with the FAA and the airlines to get things going again. How long will it be, in your estimation, before the airlines can be back to full operations?
Well, first of all, safety will be our highest priority, and we will work with the airlines to do that at the earliest possible moment. Now, these terrorists wanted to stop, to interdict, to disrupt, to change the American way of life. We're not going to do that. We're going to be a strong nation that has the capacity to transport people freely around the nation in a context of safety. Safety will be our priority, but we're going to get back to that business. That's why we've devoted hundreds of agents from my department and from the Department of Treasury to support the effort.
I understand, but can you give me an estimate of when that earliest possible moment will be when traffic will be back to normal for the airlines?
Well, I believe we're going to be flying again today. And
partially.
So we're going to work with airlines to make sure that at the earliest possible moment we resume the kind of schedule that the American flying public has every right to expect.
All right, Attorney General John Ashcroft, we thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being with us.
So we're going to take a break, but
we just want to start by showing you our friends who are constructing a Toys R Us building right across the street from us here at Good Morning America. And just after the attack occurred on the World Trade Center towers, they put up a couple of signs that said, "God bless America," and pray for the families and the victims. Now there's another sheet up there that says, "Freedom will be defended," and you can see the flags that they have deployed over that construction site. And we show it to you simply because it is typical of so many things here in New York and all across the country, the way people are responding to this. Last night in New York, there were people lining the route that the rescue workers take to go down into the site of rubble here in New York City, and they were cheering and they were clapping, and they were doing it simply because they didn't know what else to do. They wanted to help in some way, so they were there applauding. Some very valiant, thousands of valiant people who were down in that area of rubble, digging through.
And on my way home last night, all along, way, way far away from the site itself, people were lighting candles and just placing them in front of their buildings. Let's go back to Don Daly, though, because speaking of valor, he is at a scene of so much courage. Don.
Yeah, absolutely, Diane. About 3 a.m. this morning, I was walking down to this location on Greenwich, and I saw two huddled forms on the stoop of a restaurant and a little furry form next to them. Turns out it was two Chicago, Illinois police officers and their search dog, Miranda. They're here with me right now. Joe Warkey, Dale Warkey, and Joe Palfrey from Illinois, correct?
Lebanon.
From Lebanon, Illinois, not Chicago, Illinois.
No.
Right.
Near St. Louis.
Near St. Louis. You were working late last night in the search area itself.
Yeah, since yesterday afternoon.
Since yesterday. How long have you been here? How many days?
Just since yesterday afternoon. We got in yesterday afternoon.
You arrived here.
All the way straight through.
And you went immediately into the search area and started looking for...
Yeah, we went to the Donnelly building first, and we searched all 14 floors there.
Yes. What did you see down there?
It's just terrible.
Just wreckage. Is Miranda trained to find living survivors, or is she a cadaver dog?
Mainly living.
Mainly living.
Yeah.
Did Joe, did Miranda have any luck finding any living survivors?
No, we don't think she did. She had 2 hits yesterday, but we're really not sure the outcome because they pulled us off to do other things. So, the firemen started digging immediately, but we don't know how it turned out.
How does it work when you're searching in the wreckage like that with a dog? What is the process?
Mostly the firemen find a hole for us that there could be a possible survivor, and then the dog goes down into the hole, and depending on the type, what the dog thinks she finds is how she acts, is whether it would be maybe a survivor or a cadaver.
Now I have to tell you, when I saw the 3 of you last night, who looked more exhausted. It's got to be a lot of work for her to be climbing over that kind of wreckage.
Oh yeah, it's a real lot of work. She wore out early in the afternoon. We came back and had a little break and then went right back.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing, and I hope you have better accommodations tonight. I thank you again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Charlie and Diane, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, John Daler. I appreciate it. One other story just about the way people are responding. Aaron Hayes did a piece last night on World News Tonight. There was a wonderful young woman from, I believe she was from Iowa, who said, I don't know anybody in New York, but everybody in New York is my brother and sister right now. And I think everybody feels that way, and so it's a good, appropriate way to introduce the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, who is joining us again this morning. Mr. Mayor, this has been nonstop for you, and we really appreciate you joining us.
Good morning.
Thanks. There was a chilling statistic that Don Daler down on the site gave us yesterday morning as we signed off the air, that he'd heard that 6,000 body bags had been ordered. You confirmed that number later on in the day, and now the New York Times is saying 11,000 today.
The reality is we probably have 30,000 available, and this is kind of gruesome to describe. The reason for that is when you recover in a situation like this, you're going to recover body parts, not just bodies. And you need a body bag, literally, for every body part that you recover. So you shouldn't draw a conclusion from the number of body bags to the number of people that we expect that we're going to recover, if we can expect anything in this situation. So the number is a very, very huge one. So it can sound, even more dramatic than in fact it is, if it can be any more dramatic than it actually is.
I want to return again to the grim roll call of statistics and ask you to bring us up to date on the number of people you know to be taken to hospitals and those who have died.
Well, right now, the number that we have identified, that the medical examiner has actually identified as a confirmed body, is 94, I believe. And then we have another 65 or so parts of bodies that have been recovered. So we have 94 people that are ready for identification. Of that number, I think about 28 or 30 have actually been identified. And so we'll be in the process of getting all of the rest identified today. So the number right now is 94
and those taken
confirmed bodies.
And those taken to hospitals?
Oh, we were at, the very first day, we were at about 1,800. In terms of the number of people taken to hospitals. We're probably over 2,000 now.
And Mr. Mayor, yesterday you were updating us on the numbers of missing firemen and policemen. 259 was the number yesterday.
Yeah, the number now is about 300 firefighters and fire personnel missing. About 30 police officers, New York City missing, and about an equal number of Port Authority police officers missing.
So it's roughly about 360 now.
Correct. And we have 3,700 missing persons reports. Those are people whose names we have either been reported to us as missing, or names that we can acquire, like the manifest list of the airline.
I'm sorry, what was that number reported missing?
3,700.
3,700.
That we have a missing persons report for.
Right.
That could be a relative calling us up. It could be something that we've gotten from a business located in the World Trade Center. It can be the manifest and flight list. It's names that we actually have recorded of people that are missing. Again, that might not bear a relationship to the number of people we're actually searching for, but at least it's something that we can use.
No, but the tragedy here...
What's going on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The tragedy here is that we may not eventually get a toll here from recovered bodies because the compression here is so great. So it may be that that's the way we identify finally the number, just people who are missing and not found.
That's correct. I mean, the terrible reality of this is that we may never be able to recover everyone. We're going to try. I know how important it is. I had to notify a few people yesterday of identifications that were made and even mistakes that were made in identifications, where people were notified that someone was found, but actually they weren't found yet. And it is a source of great comfort to people if you can actually find their loved one.
You bet. There's now a grief center established here in New York, I know, at the Manhattan Armory, where people can go and officially make those missing person reports.
Yeah, we had I think it was 2,500 people that showed up yesterday near Bellevue looking for family members. And one of the things that we have in New York City is the experience of Flight 800 and then Swiss Air. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of people who have worked on airplane disasters, and we're getting a tremendous amount of help from all over the country, including from FEMA. President Bush sent Joe Alba here yesterday, so we've got resources in place now with the help of the state of New York and Governor Pataki, with the help of the federal government. We have a lot of people in place, and if family members are looking for their loved ones, if they come to the Armory, that'll help us. We'll be able to register them, and we'll be able to take from them the identifying criteria that we're going to need to hopefully identify their loved ones.
Mr. Mayor, take us down to the rescue scene. Yesterday you were able to say to us that there were sounds of people who were buried, that the sound detectors were picking up people who might still be alive, even cell phone calls. Anything today?
We keep getting reports like that. I left about midnight last night, 12:30 last night, and they had reports of 3 people that they were looking for. It turned out not to be correct. They searched for about 2 hours and weren't able to find anyone. We keep getting reports like that, and we keep following them up. And I believe, based on reports like that, we found 2 people yesterday. But unfortunately, we have many more reports than we have actual recoveries of people. We're still hopeful, and we're still working on trying to find people. But we've had situations in which people were in voids because of the tremendous amount of debris and structure that fell. There were certain people that just were protected. They were in voids that have air and that protected people. So we're hopeful that we're going to find more people in situations like that.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned FEMA Director Joe Alba, who has come to New York, and we were talking to Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer, who flew over New York yesterday looking at this obscene site. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it, how terrible it looks to simply have the World Trade Center missing. FEMA has estimated you've got 500,000 tons of debris to take away, and they're still concerned about the integrity of the buildings that are there. We were worried yesterday about One Liberty Plaza and about the Millennium Hotel might collapse. Do you have any word on the structural integrity in the sense that those buildings can stand, because obviously they endanger the rescue workers that are down there?
We keep testing it, and we'll do it again today. The Millennium Hotel took a lot of damage, but the reports yesterday were that it's going to remain sound. And the same thing with Liberty Plaza, although there were reports that it might partially collapse. But we keep testing it constantly. You have to keep testing it constantly, because some of the earth moving equipment and some of the removal of this tremendous, it probably isn't even accurate to describe it as debris. These are tremendous structures that are being removed. That alone creates reverberation, and that can take a building that might have some problems and make it worse. So we have to constantly reassess this and obviously it's a cause of great concern. Last night they moved out about 200, I think it was over 220 trucks during the evening, and compared to the night before, which was pretty close to miraculous in the way they cleaned it up, they had removed only 140 trucks. So they were able to get 2 good days of work done in terms of cleaning out the area. And we're going to close Manhattan 14th Street South again for another day so that we can have a complete day of removal. So hopefully we'll be able to get some control over the situation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sitting actually here with George Stephanopoulos, and we were talking earlier on the air about George had been down there all day, and he was saying, you know, I just don't see how they can reopen the financial markets. Getting all those people down into that area, which is so affected, will be so difficult. And obviously that has reverberations for the financial structure of the world, really. Do you have any sense of when that can reopen?
We're aiming for an opening tomorrow. We've been in close coordination with the stock exchange, been working with them all day yesterday. And part of the work overnight was to clean up the Wall Street area and to try to get several corridors open down into Wall Street. Our aim, this is our aim now, our aim is to try to move the barrier area down to Canal Street from where it is now on 14th Street, which would open up a much larger portion of Lower Manhattan, and then to open up some corridors down into Wall Street. We've been able to get representatives of some of the other financial institutions into Wall Street late yesterday and throughout the evening because they had to relieve personnel involved in sensitive financial transactions where they're clearing checks and doing work like that. So we were successful in doing that overnight. So building on that success, we're hopeful that we can get some corridors open down to Wall Street today so they can have some kind of opening tomorrow.
Just one more question for you. This entire country obviously has been so moved and saddened and affected in the last 48 hours. I can only imagine what life has been like for you. And I suspect you just approach it one priority at a time.
You got it. You have to. I mean, I lost several very, very close friends. And several of them that I talked to 10 minutes, 12 minutes before they died. I was at the command post that the fire department had and left them to go to the command post that we were establishing, maybe about 10, 15 minutes before the building collapsed. And everybody in that command post died, and we've recovered some of their bodies. So I think I share in common with the people in my city and probably people all over the country deep personal tragedy. But we have to focus on straightening it out, making the city stronger and better. And the resolve of the people of this city is absolutely impossible to describe. Yesterday, when I drove down to the site with Joe Alber and Senator Schumer and Senator Clinton and Charlie Rangel and our congressional delegation, as we were driving along West Street from the heliport, people were waving flags and applauding. That really, this has inspired New Yorkers to fight back in a way that I think is even more intense than the actual situation. I mean, they're really incredible people. And the city's going to be stronger for it. And American democracy is going to prevail. We know that, and I think we feel that.
Mr. Mayor, again, I can't thank you enough for joining us. I know these are really tough times, and I appreciate your being here. God bless. Thanks.
We're going to go now to Washington and talk with the congressional minority leader. We're going to talk with Dick Gebhardt, of course, from Missouri, and we welcome him this morning as well. Congressman Gebhardt, I want to turn, if I can, to the whole issue now of consequences and retaliation. What do Democrats think the appropriate retaliation should be? How far are Democrats prepared to go in retaliation?
Well, Diane, as the mayor just said, this has been a horrible tragedy for our country. Our people are responding in a heroic way, and they are fighting back against this absolute evil. There is absolutely no light or air between Democrats and Republicans, between the Congress and the President. We will stand with the President to get this done and to take whatever action he deems and our defense people deem is the right thing to do.
So are you saying that you are willing to give the president a formal authorization of force, which is in effect a blank check?
The president is talking to us yesterday and today about what legal authorization he thinks he needs. And we're going to give him what he needs in order to deal with this problem. We have to find the people that perpetrated this evil and tragedy, and we have to respond. The American people expect that. We expect that. And I told the president yesterday that we trust him and we stand with him to get done what needs to be done.
I don't want to take this to extreme lengths, but when you raise that kind of language, that's up to and including a declaration of war?
Well, if the language that's needed is the authorization to use force, that's what we'll do. Charlie, this was worse than Pearl Harbor. This was the greatest loss of life on American soil as a result of a foreign force in our history. Nothing comes close. Pearl Harbor will not turn out to have been as great as this act. So we need to act. We need to put together the resources and the resolve that the American people expect. And again, as Mayor Giuliani said, we are moved by the acts of patriotism and bravery and courage on the part of the American people in dealing with this problem.
Congressman, has the president asked or said to you that he thinks a declaration of war might be necessary and asked for it?
The president has sent language that we're looking at, we'll be talking about with him and his people today. It's a joint resolution, as I understand it, of the Congress that gives him legal authority to respond to this situation and to use force. I'm not sure whether and what is needed. We're going to figure that out today. But the president is going to have what he needs in terms of resources and authority. This is a unified country. There is not a difference now on what needs to be done and to get on and get it done.
And he will have, when you say whatever he needs, you're talking about language in that resolution, as I say, that could go up to and perhaps even include a declaration of war and whatever financial resources he would need to conduct any military operation.
Charlie, obviously we've got to sit down and work out the details, but the essential answer to your question is yes. We stand with the president. We are united. The people who did this need to understand that when America is attacked, as it was, America will respond and respond in a united way.
All right, let me also turn, Congressman, to putting aside now the military question for a moment. There's obviously an enormous domestic cost that is going to be here in rebuilding New York, the Pentagon, many areas affected, obviously. There's been talk that perhaps Congress would start with a $20 billion resolution for rebuilding. We asked Senator Schumer about that a moment ago, and he said, well, maybe that would be just the beginning. That we were obviously very worried about maintaining fiscal balance and arguing about the Social Security trust fund, but things have priority that come first, and maybe $20 billion is just a start. Is that a number being discussed on the Hill?
It's a number we're looking at. We're again going to have meetings today with the joint leadership and with the administration and try to pin down what's actually needed right now for both domestic rehabilitation and to start this effort to respond to the perpetrators of this violence. I don't know what the number is right now, but again, I think there's a deep commitment to provide the resources that will be needed. I'm confident we can work out what that number is today. I think the Congress will try to act yet today to get that done in the House at least. And I think before the end of the week, a bill will be on the President's desk for a supplemental appropriation.
And just one more question, Congressman. As somebody who knows the halls that you walk pretty well, everybody always asks about the mood of Congress. And it's been rather fractious in recent years. But you sense given what's gone on in the last 48 hours, a tremendous unity there. You passed the resolutions overnight in the Senate and the House unanimously. Can you give me just some adjectival description, I guess, of the mood of Congress? Is it angry? Is it resolved? How would you describe it?
I think there's resolve. I think people are moved by the courage, the bravery, the patriotism that the American people are showing. And there's a resolve to strike back, to hit back at whoever did this, and to stop terrorism in its tracks. This was a blow not only against the United States, but against civilization, a blow against humanity. And we feel an obligation to stamp this out once and for all, and to say to all who would act in these ways that this will not stand now and forever.
All right, Congressman Dick Gephardt, appreciate you being with us and being very frank. I appreciate it. Democrat of Missouri, the House Minority Leader.
And we're going to turn now, Charlie, to the human cost once again. As we've said before, people, some of them walked into the city of New York yesterday carrying the pictures of their loved ones. They were parents, they were children, they were, in some cases, fiancés. And you met a woman named Jillian Bolt. And we're going to tell you now, Lara Spencer is, about the last 24 hours in her life.
This is Jillian Volk, who teaches preschool.
You first heard Jillian Volk's story yesterday on Good Morning America when she was searching for Kevin Williams, the man she plans to marry on December 1st. He was working for Sandler O'Neill on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center.
He called me after the first blast to tell me that they were being evacuated, but I have not heard from him since.
That would be the beginning of a very long day. Jillian let us follow as she searched for Kevin, her sweetheart since high school.
Do we want to go to Bellevue next?
The first stop, a makeshift family reunion center set up in Lower Manhattan. No sign of Kevin, but Jillian's parents show up from Long Island to help.
Anyway, go up the steps here, make a right turn, walk straight down Broadway. Don't cry, because you're going to make me cry. Make a right turn and walk straight down Broadway until you get to William Street.
The journey continues. With Jillian's best friends working the phones, the group heads to Mount Sinai NYU Hospital on foot, all the while passing out flyers with Kevin's information.
Folks, we need everybody to stay on the other side of the block.
He's just got to be somewhere, like somewhere else, in Staten Island or in Jersey or in Brooklyn or somewhere.
She is determined to check off every place on this list, but there is one she is reluctant to go to.
I don't know if I should go to the morgue. I don't want to, but I don't know if I should.
Can you try to give us an idea of what this last 24 hours has been like for you?
Oh my God, a living nightmare that I just want to wake up and come out of. I just wish I could reverse and just tell him how much I loved him and how much he meant to me.
As they canvass the city, reminders everywhere of the unspeakable act that put them in this position. Only Jillian seems too numb to notice. 12:10 p.m. They arrive at Mount Sinai, and again, no sign of Kevin Williams. 6'1", 195 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes, and just 24 years old.
You hear about earthquake victims who have been buried alive for days on end, and they come out of it, and you have to believe, and we can't give up now, and she's not giving up, so we're not going to give up.
1:25 p.m. Stop number 4, Beth Israel Hospital.
We know how to contact you, so that's the best thing you're doing right now? Okay. Just keep checking.
2:30, a temporary triage center, and again, disappointment.
The people inside were very helpful. The people that were taking the information were helpful. And also, there were priests inside and they prayed, too. It was good.
One last hope. A friend calls to say they think they saw Kevin on the news. So we go to an ABC office to search the tapes.
This is definitely this is something totally different.
Just an image, a single frame of video would keep hope alive. But it is not to be.
You were very confident when you started. How are you feeling now?
I want to say I feel the same way, but I'm slowly losing faith.
Losing, but not totally lost. Emotionally exhausted, Jillian vows to continue her search.
I just feel like if I stop, I'm letting him down in some way, that there's something I could keep doing. I just have to keep going until I know, until I hear something.
so many others like her out there.
Her story is multiplied by the hundreds in New York. And if you were listening just a few moments ago when the mayor of New York was with us, because, you know, you can count the bodies. I mean, it's rather grim to talk about this. You can count the bodies that are brought out of the rubble down at the World Trade Center. But there's many probably that will not be found, although, as the mayor said, they're going to make every effort to find every body because that's so important to relatives. But as he said, perhaps the way we're going to find out eventually the number who were killed are simply by those who don't reappear. And so far, they have a registry of 3,700 people reported missing.
I want to give you a couple of news bulletins that have come through. The United States has now officially ordered airspace reopened to commercial aviation at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, as our own Lisa Stark predicted they would. So 11 a.m. commercial airspace is officially reopened, but it's going to be spotty throughout the country,
But
as
she also said it's going to take a long time to get this system back up, going again, and as she said, it may be several days. So, you know, it's impossible for people who are stranded in one city or another to say, I'm going to be back today.
Exactly. We also want to let you know that we're going to have the first interview with Mrs. Bush. Laura Bush's first interview since this happened in just a few minutes. But we want to turn to Brian Ross because Brian has more breaking news.
Two new reports this morning, one out of Rome of a theft of the uniforms and personal effects of 2 American Airlines pilots. This was last April, but it is of great concern because the men who were on the plane, we know, bought tickets and got there. But the fact that those 2 uniforms are out there, and apparently there have been warnings issued throughout the American Airlines network to be on the lookout for men who might not be pilots but wearing pilot uniforms. Secondly, there are reports this morning from Boston that continue the trail of A.M.E.T A.M E.T, the man we heard about at the Venice Flying School. He was on Flight 11, American Flight 11, in seat 8D, according to the Boston Globe, right across from the Hollywood producer David Angel and his wife. His colleague at the Venice Flight School, Marwan al-Shiri, was on United Flight 175. So Atta was on the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Tower, and Mr. al-Shiri was on the second plane.
And these were both pilots.
These were the 2 men who lived together in Venice, Florida, and then in Vero Beach, trained in Florida. One was on the first plane, the other was on the second plane that went into the Twin Towers.
Is it irrelevant, or do you find it extraordinary, as do I, that they used their real names?
I don't think they cared. And in fact, we've been told by federal authorities that Mohammed Atta was on the watch list, but he may have been in the country before his name went on the watch list.
There is also a report that some of them may have left suicide notes for their families.
Yes, they were suicide bombers. I've heard those reports. I've not seen the actual notes.
Well, Brian pointing out that they had brought their families with them to this country 15 months ago when they came to this country, sent their families back, and may have communicated with them in some way.
In just the last few weeks. Sent
them back just in the last few days. Yes. All right, Brian Ross, thanks.
Ongoing reports, of course, about their connection to Osama bin Laden, the terrorist who has been harbored in Afghanistan. We should tell you that the Afghanistan government is now saying, again this morning, he did not do it, he did not have the resources to do this, and they have made a plea to the United States to look at their impoverished country and not take action against them. But as we said, coming up, we have Mrs. Bush, and we want to get to that very shortly.
This is an ABC News special report.
All right, we join you again, Diane Sawyer, Charles Gibson here on this third day. It is now almost 48 hours since the planes hit the World Trade Center towers, and this awful series of events was set in motion that has so preoccupied not only our attention, the attention of the entire nation, and to a large extent the attention of the entire world. And those are the shots of downtown New York, of the center of rubble where the World Trade Center towers once stood, where now literally 3,000 to 4,000 rescue workers are operating around the clock. That was an across the Hudson shot of the skyline of New York. There is still smoke rising. There are teams of these rescue workers in hard hats going in hour by hour, and the extraordinarily I don't even know what adjective to attach to it, but the wonderful sight of people lining the roadways as the rescue workers go back into work, simply cheering them, not knowing what else to do to help, and so they cheer those rescue workers.
But we turn now, as we said, to Laura Bush, Mrs. Bush, and we're going to have a chance in her first interview to hear a bit about what her last 2 days have been, Mrs. Bush. We can only imagine, and again, we express great gratitude to you for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Diane.
If we could just start back and get some sense of what it was for you and for your husband to hear the news of what had happened.
Well, I actually was in the Capitol with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg. I was getting ready to speak to the Education Committee about early childhood education. And that's one thing that I want to talk about today, and that is the way we can make sure our very young children are reassured and taken care of during this time. But anyway, I was there with them, and then I heard about it, and I sat with them in Senator Kennedy's office and then Senator Judd Gregg's office as we listened to the news that the Capitol is being evacuated and the White House is being evacuated. And of course, like every parent in America, I wanted to call my daughters. I wanted to reassure them. And then I called my mother for the comfort of her voice.
How, Mrs. Bush, would you describe your husband's mood at the moment?
Well, I think he's very decisive about this. Like every single American, all of us, my husband and I know I can speak on behalf of every American, send our love and our thoughts and our sympathy to all the people who are waiting now to see if they lost a loved one. Nothing is more tragic in this whole event than that, than the way these people are feeling. I saw some of your coverage earlier, and I want to send my love and my very best wishes to every one of those people who have been directly impacted. All of us have been impacted. But the people who will lose a parent or a child or a sibling or a grandparent or a family friend, they're the ones who are directly impacted, and they're the ones we all need to, in our whole country, to pay attention to and send our love to.
I want to point out, too, that we have a report that the White House staff has donated 180 pints of blood alone.
That's right. We did a blood drive yesterday, and everyone wanted to give. In fact, it's a very moving and emotional thing to drive by the Red Cross building here where people line up and stand in line for a long time. It shows that people really want to give a part of themselves and that people are proud to be Americans and they're proud to be able to give something. There are a lot of things that young children can do and older children can do as well to feel constructive, to take something positive out of this. Young children might want to make red, white, and blue ribbons to wear. They might want to write letters or cards to their own firefighters and policemen in their own communities in honor of the firefighters and the policemen who lost their lives in the tragedy. I hope that parents will really monitor how much television their children are watching. I hope they won't be exposed to too many sites of destruction. It so makes little children, young children, so fearful. And children are going to take their emotional cues from their parents. If their parents are calm and can stay relaxed, then children will too. And I know that all children right now really need the reassurance of their parents. They need their parents to give them a lot of hugs. When the airports open again and the children look up and see a plane flying over, if they're fearful, that's a good time for their parent to take their hand or put their arm around them. So I want to encourage American parents to really pay attention to children.
We had heard one of the reports that a child of one of those who died on board a plane who had been trying to call in had asked if she could contact her dad by cell phone in heaven. So again, I think what you're saying is so acute about young children and the sense in which they simply absorb all of this.
Everything, that's right.
I want to try to clear up a factual detail if I can, because we did have reports this morning that possibly the hijackers had some codes, some secret codes, and that were signaling the Secret Service in the White House about targeting the White House and about targeting the president's plane, which suddenly caused a great urgency in evacuating these situations. Is this true?
I have no idea. I've never heard that. So I have no idea.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask.
They did evacuate the White House. I and most of my staff, in fact, were at the Capitol, so we went on to a secure spot. But the other people who were here at the White House, they did evacuate. And in fact, this morning, I have a member of the clergy coming to my office to talk to the women who work for me and on my staff so they can sort through the feelings of fear and confusion that they have. And one thing I also want to say to parents is, as you reassure your children, if you feel like you need help all over the country, churches, schools, community-based organizations, mental health associations are providing grief counselors, and I hope that parents will take the opportunity to go there themselves if they need it, or to take their children to it as well.
What's the first sentence you would advise a parent to use with a child to talk about it?
I think parents can talk about their own feelings. They can admit and honor their own feelings to their child and tell their child they're also sad and that they understand why their child is sad. But I also think parents should say that most people are good and that their child is going to be safe and their parent will make sure their child is safe. Children are reassured by routine. So if parents want to continue to do all the things they routinely do with their children, share meals with them, read stories to them before they go to bed, all of those things will relax children and in fact, probably make the parents more relaxed and calm as well.
And again, we sure respect your sense of privacy with your girls, but if it doesn't violate it, can you tell us anything you've said to them?
Well, I've said exactly the same things to them, that they're safe, and I know they are, and how sad it is, and I understand the anger that they and many, many Americans feel about this terrible tragedy, but that all of us are in it together. And if nothing else good comes from this, I think it is that all Americans do want to help everyone who's affected by this tragedy and by each other. And students in school can help each other just by putting their arms around each other and grieving together and then looking to the future together.
But your daughters are a little different because, as Ari Fleischer said yesterday, and as the Attorney General has confirmed, they now believe you and your husband and the home in which you live were one of the targets, and your husband's plane was another.
Well, but we felt very comfortable where we were. We were in secure situations, and they knew that, and we reassured them of that.
Mrs. Bush, let me, just one more time, let me take you back to Tuesday, because we have talked to people who were in the White House. There was word the White House would have to be evacuated, as you point out, the Capitol was, and it was proceeding at a gradual pace, and then all of a sudden we're told that a great sense of urgency took over, and people were said, get out of here right now.
Run.
Were you told by the Secret Service it is not safe to go back to the house and that?
Not specifically that. They just took me to a secure location until we knew if this was over or how long this was going to last or what was going to happen.
And they did say, I'm sorry, they did say run to you?
They said run, not to me, no, to the people who were in the White House, which is one of the reasons I've asked somebody to come talk with my staff today, and I know that everyone who works in the White House has access to talk to someone about their feelings.
A final question. Do you feel a lot more vulnerable now than you did 2 days ago?
Not really. I really don't. I mean, you know, all of us feel shaken. Every American. Certainly we know that. We've watched terrible things and we see it over and over on television now, and now we're seeing the real aftermath of people who are looking for their loved ones. But I don't particularly feel unsafe myself.
Well, Mrs. Bush, we appreciate it, and the words that you utter about talking to kids and taking care of kids and the hugs are very, very important. And it's not just something that filters into their minds over 12 or 24 hours. This is something that lasts a long time.
Well, that's absolutely right. We're going to need to watch children for a long time and be there for them for a long time.
Right. All right. All the best to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. You take care.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bush. We've got George Stephanopoulos with us now. You've got news?
News on an unrelated front. Or we've heard this morning people are now traveling in different ways, on buses and on trains. And we've got news now that an Amtrak passenger train collided with a freight train near Windover, Utah. And early reports are that there were at least 100 passengers on board and that one of the trains is on fire, and now emergency crews are going to the scene. That's the first report we have from Sergeant Lynn Wood in Tukwila, Utah. We're going to be getting more.
All right, one of the West Coast Amtrak trains. All right, thanks very much. George Stephanopoulos.
I was just going to say, in another sort of reaction to the event, and sometimes it's completely irrational, there was a report this morning that a man in a turban was simply taken off of a train because people were afraid.
And you know, we've seen reports of incidents like this overnight. There was Islamic groups, Muslim groups in Los Angeles and New York have started to get threatening phone calls. And one Muslim center in Irving, Texas, which is outside of Dallas, actually had some windows broken. You saw Mayor Giuliani yesterday speak out against this kind of reaction, but there have been some incidents across the country.
Yeah, it's so important, but it's a kind of prejudice that sets in that has no real rationale.
Yeah, it's just reflex.
All right, George, thanks very much. Now, Mrs. Bush was talking about, and we were talking a lot yesterday about the fact that every child internalizes this and worries about their own safety, and how you deal and talk to kids is such an important part of what's going on right now. Our parent and contributor, Ann Plachette Murphy, always has terrific advice about how to do this, and she's with a group of kids over here in our studio. Annie?
Yeah, these are wonderful children who have a lot of questions. Mrs. Bush touched on so many issues that as parents we have to take in and really think about some of the things that she said. I want to have the kids ask some questions, and we're going to have a conversation because I think that they've touched on so many feelings that not just children have, but a lot of parents are having. Sierra is here on my right. Sierra's 13. Tell me, honey, what you were thinking.
I really don't feel safe right now, knowing that people are trying to, hurt us, and I just want to know what's going to happen next.
And you have a little brother too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what happened with him. How's he handling it?
At first he was handling it kind of well, and then he realized that two of my aunts work where all of this stuff happened at, and he just sort of cried a lot, and my mother had to comfort him a lot because he didn't feel safe at all.
Sometimes younger kids can actually express their feelings a lot better than kids your age. And I think one of the challenges, if you happen to have an adolescent, is to understand that they're very defended against showing how upset they are. And one of the great things about the kids we have here is that they haven't been afraid to say, I am really scared, I don't feel safe. Reassuring kids is #1 priority, and one of the best ways to do that is to maintain routines. How many of you, I just want to ask all of you, are in fact going from here to school? Are you all going back to school? Because it's really important that we understand that school, even if your child doesn't want to go, which many children won't, school is a very healing environment. It's a place where we do feel that life is going on as usual. Zaheen, I wanted to ask you a question. You had said earlier that you were worried about some of the things that Diane and Charlie were just talking about.
Right. Well, I was born and raised in New York, and both my parents are from India. And that sort of scares me that I also could be a target of racism. And I was wondering how people like my people or people of my ethnic background can feel secure today.
I think this is a great question. I think it's a really important issue because we are going to see this. I think that one of the things to keep in mind, and we all have seen this in the last day or two, is that even in New York, which is the most diverse city on the planet, people of all backgrounds are pulling together. And I think for every person who either because they can't help it, they pull somebody off a train, as we just heard, or they lash out at people they don't understand, there are literally thousands of people who don't feel that way at all, and they don't care what color you are or where you're from, they want to help. So is there anybody else who has felt that, who has felt anger and has, in fact, Stephen, you were talking earlier a little bit about what you thought the United States should do and why we're not doing it.
Well, I mean, my sort of question to anyone of any power related to this situation is, don't they think that we should hit and hit hard and perhaps destroy any terrorist bases in whatever country we find them in? And if we're too politically correct and restrained about this, that will continue to happen again and again and again.
I think a lot of people are feeling that, and when you and I were talking before, and even now, you sound very angry. Are you?
Well, it's not so much real anger as more just, it irritates me. You know, it gets under my skin, and I mean, I feel that these people need to be punished for what they've done. And I mean, it is true, and I'm sure that most people realize this, but not necessarily everyone, that this is what the people in Israel have been going through day after day for the past months. And something needs to be done about it.
I think that the reason I asked you if you felt angry is because we all do, and it's very hard sometimes to express that, and sometimes it comes out in really wacky ways. I don't know if any of you have friends who've found themselves laughing about certain things on television, or you yourself feel sort of like, has anyone had that experience of feeling kind of that you had an inappropriate response to this? You were saying that you did a little bit. I mean, or do you know someone who kind of...
Yeah, I realized that when people first heard the news, it was just kind of like a nervous reaction to laugh and think it was a joke or something. But then when they realized that it was a different thing.
Yeah, I think that, again, as parents, sometimes, especially with young children, and if you have younger siblings, they may say something that seems completely inappropriate. You know, a friend has a son who said, "Oh, it's a kamikaze pilot. That's really cool." Well, it wasn't cool, obviously, and she was upset by that. But this was his way of trying, I think, to get control over something that feels very out of control. Julia, you also were wondering something about helping.
Yeah. I have a lot of people who are also very angry about what's happening, and myself and my friends are wondering what people our age can do to help and what they can do to help the situation.
I think that we're all struggling with this, but the instinct to want to help is such a positive and healing feeling. And I think, again, as parents, sometimes even at home, when kids want to help, we have to give them an opportunity to do that, if not in the larger community. There are lots of things we can do. There are people who we can write letters to. There are clothing drives that are going to be held. I'm sure there are ways that you all have already chipped in. But thank you all for coming here and helping kids understand they're not alone.
And
Charlie,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ann Plachette. Murphy. Just want to show you one picture. This is the New York skyline, and that is the smoke that still comes out of the World Trade Center site. There are still fires that are there. One other thing we want to mention, since we've been talking about the subject of children, well, just before we leave these pictures, actually, one more time, we should tell you the mayor of New York was here a little bit earlier and said that they now have a registry of missing persons that is 3,700 people in all, and that the total number of missing firefighters, police, Port Authority police is now 360. 300 firefighters missing, 60 police, Port Authority police missing, and as we said, a registry of 3,700 overall that are missing. The numbers are staggering, the personal stories so heart-wrenching. Now, but while we're on the subject of kids, because we've been talking, Mrs. Bush was talking about kids and how to deal with all this. Annie was talking, I think, eloquently to the kids, and the kids were speaking eloquently about their feelings. Peter Jennings, at 10 o'clock Saturday morning, is going to have a special on with children and how to deal with this problem of how kids can internalize, can deal with what's happened here in New York and in Arlington, Virginia, at the Pentagon.
And speaking of the Pentagon, we want to go now to ABC's Jackie Judd, who has a report on what has happened there and about those who've been killed and missing.
Minutes before the United plane went down in Pennsylvania, Fort Myers, Florida police officer Lauren Lyle's phone rang. It was his wife, Cece, an attendant on Flight 93.
To hear my wife tell me she loved me through all the chaos that probably was going on that plane, to call me to tell me she loved me, well, is embedded in my heart.
Cece Lyles also had two sons. The plane that slammed into the Pentagon carried heartbreak for families all around Washington. 3 children and their teachers, selected to take part in a National Geographic ecology conference, were on board. Hilda Taylor taught elementary school.
She was the best 6th grade teacher ever.
Also on board, a family of 4 beginning a journey to Australia, where Leslie Whittington, a Georgetown University professor, was going to teach.
She sure as hell touched me. She was an energetic, powerful, dynamic, strong-willed, passionate, caring lady with a dynamite sense of humor and love of life. And God, she is a loss to humanity.
A flight attendant on board, Michelle Heidenberger, died, her family said, a hero, putting her passengers and crew first.
Michelle is or was a very sweet woman and has 2 children.
At the Pentagon, an office now in ruins was where Rosemary Chapa worked as an intelligence analyst. Minutes before impact, she had called her daughter and left a message.
She just said, "Hi, darling, give me a call." That was it.
Rosemary Chapa has not been heard from since. The Archbishop of Washington said his family has not heard from Michael Lynch, a New York City firefighter.
And he apparently went in early, one of those companies that went in early, and I guess he must have been in the building when it collapsed.
Archbishop McCarrick says he was supposed to preside at his cousin's wedding later this year. Also in New York, the victim's number, John Oganowski, a father of 3, the pilot of Flight 11.
It's hard to explain losing your big brother.
There are, of course, many, many more victims. The airlines released the flight manifests with the names of the passengers, the pilots, the flight attendants on all 4 doomed airplanes. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
And we want to go back to the Pentagon now. Earlier we were talking to a captain of the Fairfax Fire and Rescue Squad who said that they have identified 70 bodies there. The Pentagon has indicated that the number could get up to 200, but he said the situation is still so unstable in that collapsed area of the Pentagon that they're not actually able to get to those bodies that I've identified. But I want to introduce you to a man named Dan Filstucker, who works at the Pentagon. His wife is Jessica, and their baby is Tori. And Dan, we were just looking a moment ago at the extreme flames that were really consuming part of the Pentagon well, almost 48 hours ago, and I gather you were right nearby.
Yes, I was actually right where the plane hit in the 3rd floor in the E ring, between the E and D ring of the Pentagon.
And what happened? First of all, can you describe that moment, and then what happened afterwards?
Well, I was fixing a leak in a colonel's office, and a buddy of mine left, and we were walking away, and I seen the World Trade Tower on the colonel's TV, and I just said to myself, thank God I work at the Pentagon, nothing like that would happen. And from behind me, it came an explosion. It threw me probably, I estimate, 80 feet or so.
What did you do? We were told you managed to get to a closet of some kind.
Yes, there was some kind of closet. It threw me into this closet, and I don't know why the door was open, because it's never open. And I felt my way around, and I stood up, and I couldn't breathe because the smoke and fire was so immense in the heat.
So what'd you do next?
I tried to get out, but I couldn't because the heat in the hallway was extreme, and I hurry up, laid back down on the ground so that I could so that I could breathe, and I didn't panic. I went ahead and opened the door again, and the heat was just coming at me, so I shut the door, and at that moment the sprinkler kicked on, and I knew that it would knock down some of the heat.
Sprinkler right in the closet? Right
in the closet, yes. And probably, I don't know, 30 seconds or so after that, I heard cries for help. That's when I opened the door, and I started crawling, and I started screaming for help, and some man grabbed a hold of my leg. I grabbed a hold of his. Where he got to, I don't know. And then I started crawling as fast as I could, and some guy from the Army grabbed a hold of me and started dragging me, and I knew I was going to be all right because I could just see daylight coming ahead. It just kept getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter.
Mrs. Filstucker, when did you first hear from your husband?
It was probably about 2 hours after I heard about the plane at the Pentagon.
What did you think when you heard about the plane?
I was on the phone with our babysitter talking about the World Trade Center, and a coworker of mine just walked by and said the Pentagon was bombed. And then he realized that my husband works there, and from then on we just got on the phones and tried to call his company because they have all the Nextel phones, and to get a hold of his bosses that were down at the Pentagon also. It just took a lot of time to do it.
Dan said he didn't panic in any of that, but I don't know how you on your end could maintain
I was
your cool.
panicked.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a lot of my coworkers that were there with me, and they really calmed me down and they helped me get through it. So that was really helpful.
Dan, from the time that you were actually in the closet till the point that you got blown into that closet and then were able to crawl out with that Army gentleman helping you out, how long was that, do you think, in total time?
It felt like it was forever. It felt like I was never going to get out of that closet, and it was probably 3 to 5 minutes, somewhere in there.
Dan, how many of your friends are missing?
As far as I know, none. As far as I know, none of them.
That probably is the most important thing of all. Well, very lucky you were.
Yes, very, very lucky. I'm happy to be here.
All right. And Jessica,
Yes.
how did you finally get the word?
His bosses were calling into their company, and as soon as they heard, they would call me on the phone. And I didn't really believe what was going on until I actually heard his voice, and he said that he was on his way home and that he was okay. And then I left my company and I went home and just waited for him to get home.
All right. Jessica, thanks very much. Dan, thank you. And Tori, great patience.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Best of both of you.
And if you believe that there is a heaven and a God in it, a God who has a closet that is mysteriously open,
with the door
will
open.
sure make a believer out of you. We've got George Stephanopoulos here because you've got some additional news about what Congressman Gebhardt said about this congressional resolution.
Declaration of war, a resolution authorizing the use of force by President Bush. Yeah, I did some follow-up reporting and found out that the administration did, in fact, yesterday send up a very open-ended resolution you described as a blank check. They sent a resolution up that would authorize the use of force against any future aggression and in a very open-ended way against any country that might harbor these terrorists. And members of both parties, Republicans and Democrats, had a reaction where they said this might be too much. You know, whenever a resolution authorizing force comes up to Capitol Hill like this, everyone thinks Gulf of Tonkin, an open-end resolution that was passed at the beginning of the Vietnam War. So now they're stepping back, and Republican and Democratic staffers of the leadership are going to get together today and try and craft a resolution which certainly does, as Congressman Gebhardt indicated, authorize the use of force, but with some limits. And this will develop over the course of the day.
But Congressman Gebhardt said a number of times the president's going to have everything he needs to conduct whatever kind of retaliatory measures might be necessary. So it seems to me underlying all that is it may not be, quote, blank check, and I don't know how you resolve that with the question of giving the president everything he needs.
But there will be something. And what they're studying now are the resolutions that were passed when former President Bush assembled the coalition for the Persian Gulf War. They're studying that. It might be something more expansive than that, but that's the base they're looking at. And there are really 3 different areas they're looking at. This resolution authorizing force. Secondly, as you noted in your interview, funding resolutions for the Defense Department and for whatever people would need to conduct the operations. And then finally, this funding for disaster assistance.
But it's interesting. I mean, it's that phrase "active war" when you talk about it in the Congress. That's a very specific thing. And when I said, "Could this go up to and include active war?" he said yes.
He did say yes. Now, will that mean a formal declaration of war, which only Congress can do? I doubt that, but it will authorize the president to use force.
All right, George Stephanopoulos, thanks.
I just want to give everybody a sense of something else that we have coming ahead. Another one of these stories of another call that came in. This is just a little bit of what we're going to show you an entire report on. It's Sean Hughes, and his wife was in the World Trade Center, and she called him.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
So we'll hear from Sean Hughes.
We'll talk to him.
Hear all of that tape again just ahead. But we want to bring you up to date now.
Well, we're going to take a second just to reset. Do we have to do that?
No.
We don't. Okay. We don't. Sometimes they play those little animations and stuff and say we're back on the air. We're back on the air. We haven't gone anywhere. Okay.
We want to bring you up to date now on the freshest news we have. Here are some of the latest reports. As we said earlier, 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Officially, U.S. airspace is supposed to reopen, but we expect the commercial activity out there to be very spotty, very complicated, and pretty much chaos today. Also, as we have heard, the FBI may be on the trail of as many as 50 people and have identified as many as 15 to 24 of the suspects. And we'll tell you more about that as well. But we also want to go to Don Daler, who is down at the scene, to get the very latest at this hour, because we saw this intense smoke billowing up. We just want to make sure, Don, nothing new has happened. No new building is in peril.
Well, the World Trade Center Building 7, or 7 World Trade Center, as you can see behind me in the distance, is still on fire, smoldering. There's a building directly behind it, we are told, is in imminent danger of collapse. They're keeping an eye on that. Most of the rescue work is actually east of there, a little bit east of there, so they're keeping workers away from directly beneath that building. This particular area where I am standing is a staging center for rescue crews coming and going into the area. The people coming out can, as you can see, there's a mobile canteen run by the Red Cross right behind me where they can grab drinks, that sort of thing. About 2 hours ago, there were 37 New York police who had been on duty for 15 hours in the rescue area. They came out bedraggled, they were covered in dust. They were looking around, begging to let them go back in. After working for 15 hours, they were desperate to go back in and work. That's the kind of individual, the kind of people that we've been meeting down here. Diane and Charlie.
All right, thanks very much, Don Daler. And the other headline that we have heard this morning, and it really is one that sobers you, the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, when he was with us a while ago, saying that they now have a registry of missing persons that is 3,700 names on it, and talking about the fact that the police and firemen missing 360 overall, 300 firemen, 60 New York City police officers, and Port Authority police. Now, the investigation, which, as we have said, is so multifaceted and is taking place in so many areas. Our investigative chief reporter, Brian Ross, has been covering this ably. Has some more news.
More developments this morning, Charlie and Diane. Overseas, in Hamburg, Germany, 8 apartments raided overnight, and SWAT teams expected to hit more places today. This is a location where Mohammed Atta had lived prior to coming to Florida, before he came to Venice and then to Vero Beach. Atta, the man who took training there and was on the flight that first hit the World Trade Center, Flight 11. They've made an arrest there of an airport employee in Hamburg who had a false passport, a false Egyptian passport. Meanwhile, in Montreal and Quebec, authorities there are also beginning to cooperate with FBI agents in trying to unravel the movements of the terrorist hijackers, who are believed to have been stationed and located for some time in Montreal.
And in case someone is just tuning in, tell everyone again the news you had about the American Airlines uniforms that were stolen.
A report from Rome this morning of the theft of 2 pilot uniforms from 2 pilots last April at a Rome hotel. This has been known for some time among American employees. There have been warnings going out. As well, one of the cars seized at the Boston airport, they found a ramp pass, a restricted ramp pass in the car, with suggestions that the people in the car, as we had reported earlier, had been back and forth from the airport several times over the last 2 weeks, apparently casing it. One person suggested to me they probably did some dry runs, trying to get their knives and material through security to see how that worked.
But as you mentioned earlier, and it bears repeating, because this investigation and what's going on sort of comes to you piecemeal, and it's hard to keep track of all of it. But Brian pointing out that these 5 pilots who were training down in Florida had been in this country for 15 months with their families, some of them getting training in commercial-sized aviation planes. And so you would suspect, this Mohammed Atta's name, I suspect, is one we're going to hear a lot. You suspect that this fellow was probably at the controls of American Airlines Flight 11 when it smashed into the first Trade Center tower.
And his partner, who trained with him, was on United Flight 175, the second plane to hit the tower. With a possible scenario, these 2 buddies, one took the first plane, the other took the second plane. They knew where they were going, they knew which tower to hit.
And now raids being conducted in the areas from whence he came. Overall, the Attorney General saying 50 people probably involved in this operation, and they think they've identified everyone who was actually on the plane, somewhere between 3 and 6 people per plane.
And the great concern now is those they have not identified, who they think may have been in the support group, still out there, still at large, still being sought.
All right, Brian Ross, thanks.
And again, because we want to make sure you have the latest from all of the key locations in New York and in Washington, we're going to go to Cynthia McFadden now, who has been keeping watch at the hospital. Cynthia.
The roll queue is certainly
searching for any new...
Diana, I can report what I believe to be the most recent and the latest number. 2,300 people have now been seen in New York hospitals. That is just in New York. That's not including New Jersey hospitals, but 2,300 people have been seen, both those who survived the initial blast and were brought to hospitals like St. Vincent's behind me, and rescue workers who were seen overnight. 8 rescue workers seen at this hospital overnight. Joining me are 2 people who are very much hoping to be able to say that their father has been rescued. They are Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler, whose father, Roger Mark Rossweiler, was in the Trade Center building. Karen, let me start with you. Where was your dad in the building?
He was in Tower 1 on the 100th floor.
And how did you first hear what had happened?
I was at work and I saw one of my coworkers heard it on the radio. So we put the TV on and I called my mom because my dad doesn't work in the city every day. Sometimes he works at home. And she said no, he went into the city, but she thought maybe a plane had accidentally hit the top. And she said not to worry, she'd call him. And then I went back in and I saw the second plane. And she called back and she said, I can't get a hold of him. I'm going home. I'll call you later. And then I got a call to come home right away. And we haven't seen him since.
Did he call anyone from the Trade Center?
He actually never goes to the city on Tuesday. He had a business luncheon, and when he got to the office, he found out it was canceled. So he called one of his friends who had a voicemail from him at 8:40 saying luncheon was canceled, would he like to meet for lunch? And that's the last anybody's heard from him so far.
Now, Michael, you and your sister have been going to all the area hospitals hunting for your dad and wearing these signs. Are you still hopeful?
I'm extremely hopeful, and all I can do right now is pray and hope. And I ask the viewers out there to please do anything in your power to just hope for my dad, because you never think something like this is going to happen until it actually happens to you.
How's your mom doing?
Oh, she's having a hard time. They've been together for a long, long time. Since she was 15, they were high school sweethearts, and they've been married for 32 years. So she's pretty upset, but she's trying to stay strong. So
you're carrying the American flag this morning. Why did you want to bring it down here?
To show our support, that we can stay strong as a nation and work together to get through this. We've met a lot of people who also have missing loved ones, and it helps to have support of them and just the hugs, and just everybody's been so kind to us with everything, offering food and hugs and just phone calls and just everything.
Thank you both. Thank you both, and best wishes. You know, Charlie, I mean, 2 more of the people who are combing the city looking for loved ones. There are, of course, families all over the city who are looking, and I know that you've talked to many of them yourself, and 2 more people who are very much hoping for the very good news of finding their dad.
You know, if we had 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people like this, you know, that's tragic enough in itself. And then when you hear the mayor say that the registry of missing persons is now 3,700 people, and that's probably not all, and it just you can't comprehend it. It's so many.
I'm sitting here looking at some pictures because in just a moment you're going to hear from someone else, and you're going to hear another one of those stories. But
family pictures, yeah. Earlier this morning, at about 5:30 a.m., the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, we want to keep focusing. It's not just the World Trade Center, obviously. There is this other site at the Pentagon, which is so important. And Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, toured that site. And Jack McQuethy is down there now, can give us some details on what he saw. Jack?
Well, Charlie, first of all, the message here is that we are open for business at the Pentagon. The truth, of course, is that more than half of the office space in this gigantic office building, the offices are not open. The smell in the hallway is still one of acrid smoke. But they are trying to get things back to normal. Now, early this morning and yesterday morning, Don Rumsfeld has taken to, before he even goes to the office, going out to the site. And this morning, we went with him.
That was a piece of the building that had been recently finished. Apparently, the new
reinforcements made a difference? These red beams that were added? So they're going to have to drop this section of the building?
They are. They're going to have to find a way. They've been propping up the two sides, and then they're going to have to try to take balls and break through so that it's sufficiently stable for people to go in and see that if they can recover whatever bodies are there, and then begin removing the debris.
How far into here do you wander during the course of it?
Oh, I've been in the lower section over there. I try to stay in places that it doesn't slow down any of the work. There's folks going in the side of the building over there, some Army people.
When you come out here, what does this do to your sense of resolve?
I don't know that it's there. I don't know that it changes it. It's more about the families and the people and the men and women. But you've got a problem in this world of ours with terrorism that is, it's not unique to the Pentagon or New York. It's across the globe. There are a number of people and organizations and countries that have consciously decided to use terrorism to impose their will on others and to deny others the freedom and the ability to go about their business and live their lives. And the United States of America is a free country where everything about us is that everyone can do what they wish and go where they wish and think what they wish and say what they wish. And the purpose of terrorism is to terrorize people. It's to prevent people from having that freedom and to prevent people from being able to enjoy their lives and be free of the others imposing their will on them. So it really strikes very much at the whole heart of our country.
Get away from that. Yeah, let's we walk over on the pad, I guess. So you're seeing a changing cast of characters here as the hours and the days go by.
Oh yeah. When I first came out here, of course, there was no one here except about 6 or 8 people pulling some bodies out of the area. The people had been burned badly and injured. And there wasn't, of course, a vehicle here, except there was a fire truck over here that was on fire. It was the fire truck for this helipad that you see. And a few cars were burning, and the whole building was in flames.
The aircraft came from right over
here. From over here, hit a light.
A couple of light poles.
Yeah, and then came in about between the first and second floor over here. And it went in through 3 rings. I'm told the nose is still in there, very close to the inner courtyard, about 1 ring away.
So the flight recorder may still be in the nose, for all we know.
It's conceivable.
One of the many things that he talked about during our walk was how he felt repeatedly coming back to the theme of the families. A very difficult time for him. His wife is going to be visiting some of the families of the missing in hospitals and various other areas today. It's a tough time at the Pentagon, too. They are looking not only for the flight recorder, they are also trying to recover additional bodies today. Still many, many people missing at this site as well as in New York, Charlie.
All right, thanks very much, John McWethy. I appreciate you being here. I want to introduce you to a couple of people now because the story has so many different aspects to it, but the most important aspect right now, obviously, the families of an awful lot of people who are missing. With us here in Times Square in New York is Kelly Clark. Her brother, Christopher Clark, was a commodities trader with a firm called Sandler O'Neill. He had been married last March was it, to his wife, Casey. He called his wife from his office in the World Trade Center after the first explosion, and we'll tell you that story. Also joining us from California is a gentleman named Sean Hughes, and we played just a little bit of a call that he got from his wife a little bit earlier.
Before we get to Sean, I want Kelly just to give us a picture and let us see why her heart is breaking.
This is my brother Christopher and one of my sisters, Tracy, with him.
What do you know about him? What do you know what happened?
Tuesday morning, I was on my way before work taking my son to the doctor's appointment. I heard on the news that World Trade Center was hit by a plane. I immediately called my sister-in-law, and she, who works in Philadelphia, they both live in Philadelphia now, and he commutes to Manhattan. And she said that she just spoke to him about 8:50. He called and said that the first World Trade Center Tower 1 was hit by, he believed it was a bomb. He saw papers scattering and smoke. And he said, I'll be leaving now. I'm going to be exiting the building. And so she felt very relieved about that and assured that he'd be leaving through the stairwell. And I believe about 18 minutes later, the other plane did hit the World Trade Center too, which he was in. But she and her family are hopeful that he was down several floors by then.
What floor was he on?
He was on the 104th floor. Sandler O'Neill's firm was on that floor.
When he called, did he say, I'm going to try to get out of here? Did he say, I'm going to stay awake for rescue? Did he say anything?
He did. He said, I'm leaving. As soon as he saw the smoke and the fire from the first building, he took that as a sign that he needs to evacuate his building.
And since then, no word?
No word yet. We've been searching hospitals since Tuesday night. I've just been going all through New Jersey hospitals, Liberty State Park. They brought several victims all through New York yesterday and all the hospitals. So we have hope. I think the hope and faith is what keeps families going right now.
When you go around, do you find that there's an organization prepared to help you, or do you, I mean, obviously nobody wants to say, I'm sorry, lady, I'm not going to do anything for you, but are there systems in place to try to help you, or do you find that still things are disorganized?
No, I'm actually very impressed. When I came into Manhattan yesterday, the St. Vincent's Hospital was excellent, very organized and very empathetic, had workers, dozens, hundreds of volunteers. Counselors on site, social workers are very important for the therapy piece and just holding hands for people when they're asked a lot of questions, and questions for identifying bodies too. They wanted dental records and significant markings, so you're thinking they may not find this person alive, and I just have to prepare for that. The Red Cross was excellent too, a lot of work there. The police have been phenomenal, and so
how you doing?
I'm impressed.
How's your sister-in-law doing?
She's a fighter. She's a little firecracker, and she's really doing great. She's very optimistic. You know, it's hard. You don't want to go on this, fake faith, or I'm sorry, that's the wrong word, but false hope, exactly.
False hope. Sure,
but you want to also be realistic, just to prepare yourself. But I think that she really believes that he is still alive somewhere, and that's why I'm here today. We really believe that he could be one of the John Does in a hospital. There are a lot of burn victims that I know were brought to several hospitals that have been unidentified. That's sometimes unsubstantiated when I go to those hospitals, but I'm still hoping that maybe, or he could have amnesia. I know we're stretching, but until we are told something final, we think, and we have great support, family and friends, and
a number of people have said, until we know for sure.
Right.
And it's important. The mayor said even if the news is bad, you need to get that news to people so that they have a sense of it. The registry of missing people, very long, and you hope that each one of those people can get some resolution and find out for sure what's happened.
We're going to be hoping right along with you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. And now we want to introduce you to Sean Hughes. You know more about that.
That's right. Sean, as we said earlier, his wife,
Claire, was it?
At the World Trade Center, and he had a call. He's joining us from California right now. Sean, tell us the story.
It's almost exactly 48 hours since I've heard from Melissa. She was on the North Tower, the one tower, and she was on the 101st floor. She left the message that you just played. I found out by getting a call from her father telling me that there was a horrible accident, and immediately I turned on the TV, and that's when I saw the North Tower billowing smoke, and I got a grasp for the situation. Immediately I checked our messages at home and my cell phone messages, and it's at home where I got the message that you played.
I apologize to you. I had a note in front of me that was wrong, but your wife's name was Melissa. And
it is Melissa.
I should not miss that, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But we did play the recording of that call, and if people didn't hear it, we'll play it one more time, because it's heartrending.
It is.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off, we don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
People were lined up, I understand, for the phone, and so she had to turn it over to someone else. But and some people may say, why is he in California? Well, there's a practical reason that you're not here, just like Kelly's here at the moment, isn't there?
Yes, we've made every effort to schedule flights. Unfortunately, they've all been canceled. We're looking any means necessary to get to the East Coast. We're even thinking of putting together a somewhat Pony Express of cars to go across the country. We've talked about private charters for airplanes. We've also talked with Amtrak, who at this point has offered a free ticket for myself.
Sean, have you heard from any of her co-workers, anyone else who was in the building?
We have put together a team of local family and friends, and a network that actually stretches worldwide. And I'd say at last count we have over 100 and 110 people constantly calling all hospitals, calling all partners at the conference that Melissa was attending, which was the Waters 2001 Financial Technology Conference. It was being held at the 106th floor of the North Tower. We are under the impression that she was meeting with Accenture, some partners there on the 101st floor when this happened. We have tried contacting any and all people that would have attended that conference. Unfortunately, we hear the same message through all the other partners, is that they have no information, they have missing people, and we're working with the executives of Melissa's company, Slam Dunk Networks, and have been in contact with the CEO, the CFO, and a number of other people, and we have not heard anything since the message you heard.
We're looking at a picture of you at the wedding.
Yeah.
Since Melissa's in a bridal veil. How long have you been married?
Our anniversary was August 19th. It's been 1 year.
First anniversary?
First anniversary.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we also just reach across the country to you. All of us do. And if you hear anything, you think of anything, you, Kelly too, that we can do, you let us know.
If there's anything that your network can do, or someone out there watching this, to get us across the country, I know it's up to the FAA to release the airplanes, the commercial airplanes, but we're looking at any means necessary to get to the East Coast, and there must be some creative ideas out there. I'm looking to travel to the East Coast with my brother. We've already packed backpacks. We are prepared to hike in. We have family and friends there to stay with. They are also helping in the efforts in distributing flyers with Melissa's picture and her logistics and all her information and where she was last.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They've taken that to over 15 different centers. We have filed actually multiple missing persons reports. Unfortunately, when you call to get updates, they have no information for you. We have gone through, I would say, countless number of web postings and hotlines and the Red Cross, and we continually go through an effort every 45 minutes to a half an hour of recalling every single place possible.
Well, the word is that the FAA is going to resume some flight operations at 11. My suspicion isn't if we can do anything to help to get you through to the airlines. My suspicion is they're going to give you first priority as soon as planes start flying to get you here to the east. So we wish you all the best.
We do, and we're going to get producers on the phone with you right now.
Sure.
Make sure we're doing everything we can.
And Kelly Clark, thank you, and we hope you get good news.
Hope for the best.
All right, thanks very much. One of the things in all this that's so puzzling, and I think all of us have tried to think of this, how could any human being in any kind of logic think that they're achieving something by doing what these terrorists did? And Brian Ross was saying that the name of the person who was probably at the controls of that first flight, American Airlines Flight 11, was a fellow named A.M.E.T.A. Just to get some sense of what the mind of the terrorist may be like, we asked Brian Jenkins to join us this morning. He's somebody that we talk often about issues that involve terrorism, and he's joining us again this morning. Brian, it's good to see you again. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. But how do you try to figure what's going on in somebody's mind like that?
Well, it is difficult. I mean, you have to keep in mind that we're dealing here with religious fanaticism, and in that set of beliefs, these attackers believe that they have the approval of God, that they are doing God's work, and that, in a sense, puts them beyond all considerations of morality as we would define it. They are answering to their sole constituent, and that is not on this planet.
But to follow that logic, to believe that, you have to believe that there is a God that condones mass murder.
It certainly is a perversion of religious belief as we will see it. Unfortunately, in the history of a number of religions, there are examples of fanaticism where death and destruction were waged in God's name, whether that was Islam or a Christian God or other religious beliefs. I mean, history is full of atrocities carried out in the name of religious belief.
You know, at these times we always have these visceral reactions, and a lot of people say this is fundamentalist Islam, and people tend to turn against the religion itself. How much of this, and what would you say to people who do that, is about a kind of I guess, ferocity inside Islam, really, and how much of it is just politics and about the ancient grievance about Israel, well, not so ancient, I guess from the 1940s on, against the United States?
Well, first of all, there is no religion that has a monopoly on ferocity. As I say, we can go back in the history of a number of religions and find examples of this. It is a perversion of religion. And clearly, in many cases, religion is being used as a framework, as an excuse, as a basis for pursuing other agendas. I mean, I frankly don't see these terrorist leaders as religious figures. I see them as individuals who have perverted religious beliefs in order to pursue their own goals. Whether we're talking about some individual in the Middle East, or whether we're talking about some mad guru in Tokyo who 6 years ago put nerve gas in the Tokyo subways, the issue here is the manipulation of religious beliefs. It is a powerful, powerful tool. I mean, here we had individuals, men, some of whom lived here in the United States with families, and yet were able to come together to carry out operations that they knew were suicidal and that they hoped would result in the death of thousands of people. The secret weapon here is not high technology. the weapon here really is that type of fervor that can be created in these individuals. The frightening part of it, really, is that the analysts of terrorism often thought that the terrorist tactic was not something that could be easily exported. That is, that the recruitment and maintenance, the psychological maintenance of a suicide attacker was something that would not survive over time and space, that with time and space the resolve would erode. And yet here we have suicide attackers in this country, living in this country for more than a year prior to the attack, planning this attack, carrying out this attack as a group. That's a new phenomenon, and that's going to oblige us to revise a lot of our assumptions about security.
Yeah, as we've been reporting through the morning, these fellows that were training and getting pilot training down in Florida had been in this country for more than a year, 15 months, socializing with, meeting with, being neighbors with people whose fellow citizens they intended to kill. Brian Jenkins, I appreciate it very much being with us. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take just a second reset. Stay with us.
This is an ABC News special report.
A little bit after 9 o'clock now here on the East Coast, and just after 6 on the West Coast. And if you joined us right at 9 o'clock, we were in the middle of an interview since we're broadcasting nonstop. And what you're looking at are really some signs just displayed and flags displayed by our neighbors who are putting up a toy store next door here in Times Square. This is a building that's been going up for a few months, and we've gotten to know some of the construction workers. They're wonderful fellows over there, and they have been displaying signs since the first World Trade Center was hit that says, "God bless America," and pray for the victims and the families.
And we said earlier, 88,000 flags have been bought. 88,000 flags.
In the United States, just a few stores, just the stores that have been surveyed, and that's the scene of the rubble. That's the New York skyline, and you still see an enormous amount of smoke that is wafting over the New York skyline because there are still fires that are down in the rubble. The construction, not construction, the search and rescue people have been working all night long. There's a few thousand of them in there, and it is very slow work. As the Federal Emergency Management Administration estimated, there is 500,000 tons of debris, rubble, and giant girders to be taken out of there and disposed of from the 2 World Trade Center towers and number 7 World Trade Center that have collapsed.
We're going to bring in another shot now from Chicago as we take you a bit around the country, because the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is open for business. And everybody is wondering when the markets will get back to business. We heard the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, said he hoped, it was just a hope, that in some measure that the markets in New York could be open as early as tomorrow, although a lot of people think that's unlikely.
If you've ever been on the floor of the New York or the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, it is madness down there on the floor, and it's sort of reassuring to see right now a little bit of that madness. Right. Things are so quiet, eerily quiet here in New York. And it's good to see a little bit of nutsiness. I mean, the way they scream and bid and get their hands up for the corn futures and the sow belly futures and whatever they are. I never understand what's going on there.
Reassertion of vitality again.
Yeah, it's good to see that.
Good. We should tell everybody again who might be traveling that, as we've said before, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time, is when the air traffic is supposed to resume, although heaven only knows how it's going to resume, because some airports are open, some not quite, some planes flying, some not. But we also want to go to Claire Shipman, who's at the White House and been keeping us up to date on the latest reports about the targets in Washington and the news overnight.
Well, that's right, Diane. There are a number of things happening here in Washington. One of them is people are still looking at an announcement from the White House yesterday that the president's plane, Air Force One, and the White House were credible, quote, credible, that's the word the White House was using, targets on Tuesday. One of the reasons the president spent so much time traveling around the country, and specifically a report in the New York Times that there was a telephone threat on Air Force One that gave them reason to believe they should be worried about that. President has a full day today. As you can imagine, he's been meeting with his national security team since 7 a.m., talking about the airport reopenings, the investigation. Of course, he's going to be calling world leaders to continue to try to build an international coalition. He's also going to be meeting, we're told, with congressional leaders to keep talking about two very important things: support from them for whatever action he wants to take, and money. The president is asking for a lot of it to cope with more intelligence activities and, of course, this disaster. One other thing still being considered: when and if he might take a trip up to New York to view the damage there. The picture from Washington that we all remember yesterday was, of course, that of the commander-in-chief, President Bush, visiting the site of all of that damage at the Pentagon. He took a trip down there late yesterday, and he said he had very mixed emotions about being there.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
And of course, many here in Washington extremely emotional, as they are around the whole country. Yesterday ended late in the evening with a candlelight vigil in front of the White House. Citizens of Washington called to come by local radio stations. A lot of singing and praying. Diane and Charlie?
I'm sorry. Thanks very much, Claire. We should also mention, I hope you saw it, the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, Dick Gephardt, a Democrat of Missouri, was with us a little bit earlier in the morning, and we were talking about what the president has sent to Capitol Hill. George Stephanopoulos reported there is already a resolution up there that's come from the president, which essentially gives him open authorization. And as Dick Gephardt said, the president will have anything he wants or needs to retaliate to what has occurred, and has also talked about the fact that he'll have what he needs in terms of financial resources to carry out whatever military activities he needs.
And as we now know from Brian Ross, this has been going on. The planning for this incident has been going on for far longer than anybody knew, and maybe we'll learn even further, way back into 2000. So what should be done, and how did everybody in the United States intelligence agencies miss it? Well, joining us now is the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, and we thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Good to be with you both.
Let me just start right there. How did everybody miss this?
Well, this is a very difficult situation, and there are always a lot of threats, and people try to weave their way through them and determine what is real. It's a very, very complicated aspect of the way that we live today, and we do know that terrorism is out there all the time. I know that when we were in office, we worked very hard to deal with the terrorist threats, and it is one of the most complex aspects of living in the world today.
But I think, somebody said yesterday to us, a former head of the CIA, said, we've caught a lot of these incipient terrorist activities that might occur in this country, but anything less than 100% just doesn't work. But this obviously was such a large cell of people, some of them were in this country for more than a year, and I think it makes people question, indeed I've heard them question in the last 48 hours, the adequacy of what we have in terms of intelligence activities.
Well, I think, Charlie, a very important point you make is you never hear about what doesn't happen. And there are lots of things that are aborted and worked at, and you don't hear about that. But this is a large country, we are an open society, and I think the hardest part here for all of us is to try to balance the security we need with the freedom that is the essence of this country. I know that after we'd had the bombings in the embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, I had to put in a lot of very strict restrictions for our embassies and for the State Department that were resented by some people, and it's that balance of trying to find out and how you try to keep operating in a free society and at the same time be able to do the kind of intelligence work that is necessary to catch these evil people.
All right, let's turn to what should be done, and I'm going to see if your reputation for talking tough is still intact here. As we said, Afghanistan, the Taliban, the government of Afghanistan, has pled for mercy now, saying Osama bin Laden didn't do this and we're a poor country, don't come retaliate against us. Other people are saying this is clearly multiple state-supported terrorism. This is huge, with a lot of backing. If it's Syria, if it's Iraq, if it's Afghanistan, should the United States simply attack all of them?
Well, I think that the worst thing is to act without facts, and we have to be deliberate and we have to be tough, and America has to stand tall and has to also deal with an international threat. But I think it's a mistake to act if you don't have every fact, and I think that the Taliban needs to be cooperative, needs to turn over Osama bin Laden if indeed this can be proven. I know we worked very hard to get the Taliban to do that. I think that it is essential that we make clear that this will not stand. But it has to be planned very, very carefully. And the whole point here, Diane, is that this has to be a sustained effort. We were at the beginning of this war with the terrorists. It is something that now has to be continued, and we have to show the determination that we will not let this stand.
But everyone is saying this has to be retaliation at a different order of magnitude. Osama bin Laden reportedly has left his home and headed out into the desert as he does. And we remember in 1998 when the Clinton administration tried to retaliate. Well, there were 70 attacks, 70 missile attacks on Osama bin Laden's training sites. Didn't stop anything. What is that different order of magnitude?
Well, I think that the different order of magnitude, first of all, I think you have to understand, Diane, how hard it is to locate various places and the amount of effort it takes to do it. We were criticized for then bombing in Sudan. I mean, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. What you have to do, though, is get the support that you need, and I am very pleased to hear that Congress is going to grant the President the power, and that the President has determined that there has to be a concerted effort here. But I think what has to happen is we have to understand that this is a long-term effort, and it has to have American support. I also think that it's essential that we invest in America. Charlie, I've been to that floor. It really is crazy at that commodities floor in Chicago, but it's a brilliant sign now that America will not be put down. We can't be shut down, and that we have to invest in ourselves. We are the American economy, and we are what makes America strong.
But, Madam Secretary, and you're very measured in your words, and properly so, but a lot of people have talked about Pearl Harbor. We lost about 2,500 soldiers at Pearl Harbor in those attacks, which put us into World War II. We've lost more people than that here. We got 3,700 people missing just in New York. And the magnitude of that is so great. And this country is angry. And so simply to say, to talk about the missile attacks that we had in '98 when we tried to get Osama bin Laden, I mean, this is just it is a whole different order of magnitude. And this country has suffered the single greatest loss of life that we've had in an attack from a foreign source at one time that I can think of.
We have clearly passed into a completely different era, and it is a different order of magnitude, and obviously even more complicated than Pearl Harbor, because as so many people have said, we knew who the enemy was. It's harder to pinpoint now. But just because we don't react instantly doesn't mean that we will not react. And I believe that we all need to support the administration in working out a sustained policy that will, in fact, retaliate and punish and bring to justice, whatever words you want to use, for this horrendous act. It is a totally different kind of act when Americans are hit on our own soil. You know, everybody's been talking about the fact that this is the greatest loss of life on American soil ever. It is horrendous, and we must react, but emotionalism and anger and frustration are not a policy. We have to have a sustained and determined policy and marshal our forces and react at a time and place of our own choosing. And Americans are ready to do that. I think that what has been so amazing is this great sense of patriotism that has come out, in addition to the sense of family and love for each other and America standing tall. But we have to learn lessons from the past. I think finger pointing is not useful, but learning lessons is important. And we have to react strongly, deliberately, and root this out, as Secretary Powell has said, root and branch here, totally, this terrorist network. But it's going to take years, and it is going to take a deliberate American military effort and the support of our friends and allies, which this administration, I believe, is marshaling very well.
All right, well said. Madam Secretary, thanks for being with us.
Thanks a lot, Charlie.
All right, Madeleine Albright, former Secretary of State, former Ambassador to the United Nations, and we thankfully thank her for being a frequent guest on this broadcast.
And we turn now again back to the small human stories that always stop our hearts. We're going to talk now in Boston with two children, more children, on a pilgrimage to, I think, build monuments to their parents lost in this. And these are the children of Richard Ross, who was on board the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. They are Abigail, who's the curator manager of a gallery, and Franklin, who's a high school senior who still lives at home. Abigail, tell me about your dad.
Hi, thank you. My father was the best guy, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. He was the type of person who prioritized us, our family, my mother, my sister Allison, who is only not here because she's stuck in Europe and we're trying to get her home. He loved life, he loved what he did. He just had a spirit that was so full, and he was the type of person that when he talked to you, as good as he was at talking, because my dad was a great talker, he was the world's best listener. And when he spent a day with you, he knew everything about you.
For you on that day, as I understand it, was two waves. First, you got the news in your car that one of your best friends, Stacy, was on the top floor of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, I first found out from my mother that the accident had happened and we were together, and we were saying, you know, Dad wouldn't have flown through New York, and so we were okay about that. And then it dawned on me that one of my best friends, Stacy Sanders, who we're still looking for and praying for, who worked for Marsh McLennan, and that was really the first place that I started to worry about.
And then? And then
I was trying to get back to my gallery, and I was driving on the expressway, and I heard that one of the planes that had crashed had originated in Boston. And it was only a few moments later, as I was getting onto Stora Drive, that I heard that it was a plane bound for LA, and I think it was at that moment that I knew, and that my heart broke.
There was an oh my God that went right through your mind.
Yeah, it was sort of like a scene in a movie where you're screaming and you can't believe it's real. It's like you want it to not be real, and you're praying, but there's something inside you that knows that it is.
And Franklin, how did you learn?
I was in school, and I heard there was a radio playing, and I heard that two planes had crashed into the World Trade Center, and I did not realize the connection, but then I heard that one plane was flying to LA, and I called my Uncle John, and I asked him if he knew where my father was, and he said, I don't know. And I knew right then that he was there. I just had a feeling. My dad was a wonderful man. The life lessons you learn in death are the ones you should know in life. And my father knew them in life, and he taught them to everybody he knew. Love, honesty, integrity, family, caring for others, and that's what he stood for. And it's a terrible loss to the world. And me and Abigail, and Allison and my mother are going to make it through this, and this country is going to make it through this, and God help us all.
God help us all. I want to ask both of you, do you avoid the pictures that are playing constantly on television? Can you avoid them?
You know, the first time I really looked at the television set for any period of time was this morning with my mother. It's too painful, and it's hard because there's so much that's going on in the world, and there are so many families who are in the type of pain that we're in. and we're just praying for all of them, but it's also hard not to just stay focused and just try to remember my dad and to pray for him, and it's very difficult. And it's hard to fathom that this is a reality. You know, we were saying to each other that if Hollywood had written a script like this, you couldn't have sold it. You wouldn't have believed that something like this could ever happen.
Yeah. It's like my wife said last night, when you wake up in the morning, you keep wishing that it were different, that you were back before all this happened.
The mornings are the toughest, I think.
Yeah, it is the toughest part of the day. I've heard that so often from people who've lost somebody who's close.
Both of you, I just want to say, clearly your dad was a wonderful and amazing man, not just from what you say about him, but from the two of you.
Thank you.
You are his monuments, and we thank you.
Diane, just
Yes.
one last thing. My sister is trying to get home, and we desperately want her with us, and we've tried everything.
Where is she?
She's stuck in Europe, and we're doing everything we can to get her home, and it's difficult to accept that for the airlines, for anyone, that no one's been able to get her to us yet. And my father's memorial service is scheduled for tomorrow, and we just desperately want her to be with us. So if anyone has ideas about ways that they can get her home, please contact the station. People know how to find us, because Allison should be sitting with Franklin and I and my mother, so that we can hold her up.
Where in Europe is she?
They've gotten her from Spain to London right now.
Okay, well, first of all, we'll do whatever we can to help in terms of putting in touch with the airlines. We'll have a producer talk to you. But as I said to an earlier guest who's in California trying to get back here to look for his wife in hopes that she may have survived the tragedy at the World Trade Center, I cannot believe for a minute that the airlines, and it's going to take a while to get them flying again, but I cannot believe for a minute that they're not going to give your sister, that gentleman in California, other people who are affected by this first priority to get where they need to go. But we'll do what we can
Thank you
to
so
help.
much.
All right,
Try to make it happen.
all the best to you. And what Diane said is true. You speak so well of your father, but you speak so well for him, because you guys are obviously chips off the block.
Thank you.
All right, all the best to you. And I suspect that hand-holding that's going on right now has gone on for 48 hours and will go on for many hours to come.
Let's go to Cynthia McFadden. So many other stories down at the hospitals in New York where she has been for so many hours. Cynthia.
Well, Diane, what you see behind me here is a caravan that's been going on since all day yesterday, of dump trucks, cranes. This is the main artery down to the World Trade Center, where they are bringing more excavation equipment. One of the questions, of course, is no new patients here at St. Vincent's, no new patients throughout the hospital system. I have one of the doctors here at St. Vincent's with me, Dr. Anthony Gagliardi, who can talk to us about the patients here and what to expect from those who are stuck under the rubble. Doctor, tell me first, have there been any new victims brought to this hospital? When was the last one brought here?
Actual victim would be about 30 hours ago. We've had a lot of rescue workers that have dribbled in since the time of the disaster, but actual victims extricated from the site, it's been about 30 hours.
Of course, we're all concerned about how people can survive under these circumstances. Can you take us through the list of scenarios, what the circumstances are down there, what you anticipate at this point?
It really ends up being several scenarios. One, clearly, when the plane imploded, there's a tremendous heat injury that occurred, and anyone proximate to that injury, the likelihood of being able to survive in 1,000 to 2,000 degree heat is very little, a very little chance. Then there's the problem of the actual fall once the building collapsed, and obviously anyone on a higher floor during that time would be almost impossible to survive a crush injury, I would think. Normally, if someone jumps out of a building 7 floors high, at least 50% of those people die. Anything above 10 floors, it's very unusual to survive. So that's a major issue. The other issue then would be if people were in the lower levels or made their way down the stairways to a lower level and could somehow be sequestered in these pockets, as we call them, then they have a greater chance of survival. The problem there is whether they have a problem with coincident injuries such as being crushed or bleeding, etc. If for some reason they have very little injury and they were on the bottom of the rubble and in these sequestered pockets, then we have to worry about the longer-term issues such as dehydration, which becomes a major issue, hypothermia if it's very cold down there, depending upon where they are, and if they're in a very sealed site, whether or not they have actually enough air over a long term.
Realistically speaking, those who were burned, severely burned, any chance that they are still survivors at this point in the rubble?
And burn, even under the best circumstances in a medical facility, if more than 50 to 70% of the body is burned in the third-degree fashion, the survival is very limited. Without any medical intervention with significant burns, the likelihood of survival is very, very low.
If someone has actually only been moderately injured and they are indeed in an air pocket, how long do you think is a realistic time to believe that they can survive before rescued?
I mean, assuming that the injury doesn't cause them to die, then they would have to survive, again, from a dehydration and an air standpoint. Clearly, people have been pulled out of these similar situations upwards of a week to 10 days later, but it's very unusual. It's very notable. Most of the time, the window that you want to see is somewhere in the 2 to 4 day window, and obviously with each hour, with each day, the likelihood of survival goes serially down.
You are very concerned about the weather. There are reports for rain later tonight here in New York. Explain why.
Well, the water is heavy, and if you add on a 10 by 10 surface an inch of rain, you probably increase the weight by about 160 pounds. So that if the structure down there is unstable, and that's one of the problems that the rescuers have been having, as they move some pieces, it becomes somewhat unstable. If you add that weight to the situation, there's a fear that there can be further collapse downward into the pit. That was the foundation of the center, and that's obviously becomes a major issue.
You have been designated the main trauma center now for all rescue efforts. Are you optimistic that any large numbers of people will be coming out?
We're always hopeful that we will see more people. From a real practical standpoint, we would suspect that the likelihood of significant transport of victims that were surviving is probably going to be pretty low at this point.
Doctor, we'll stay in touch with you after the days. Thank you very much. Charlie, Diane, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Cynthia. We've talked about how wide-ranging this investigation is. Things move so fast. John Miller has new news.
We have some breaking news right now. The borough of Staten Island, the smallest borough in New York, has been completely sealed off this morning. The bridges from Staten Island to Brooklyn, the bridges from Staten Island to New Jersey, in fact, the ferries had all been shut down as police moved their dragnet in. Agents from the FBI's terrorist task force searching for suspects from the attack on the World Trade Center, suspects they believe who were not killed in the crash, who may be still alive as support people who helped out in this plot, located 3 cars in Staten Island today. One, a 98 Trans Am, another, a 2-tone Oldsmobile, a third, a van, sporting license plates from the Carolinas, Florida, and New Jersey. Florida and New Jersey being 2 of the principal locations that have surfaced in this investigation where the alleged terrorists came from. They have called for SWAT teams from the New York City Emergency Service Unit, which lost so many of its people in the explosion at the Trade Center. They've also called for 2 teams of bloodhounds, which indicates that they want to take the scent from those cars, from that location, and take it into the beyond the backyards, into the woods. We don't have that information, but it suggests that they believe that they narrowly missed capturing some of the people they were looking for. But we have been able to confirm with local and federal sources that the action on Staten Island that unfolded this morning actually is still unfolding right now.
Staten Island, in effect, I mean, this is really, that's amazing, because it's one of the 5 boroughs of New York. And to shut down Staten Island, when you're talking about cutting off, that's cutting off the Verrazzano Bridge. It's cutting off the bridge, what is it, the Goebbels Bridge over to...
the Goethals Bridge, the Verrazzano Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, right. The Staten Island Ferry, which is a legendary old ferry.
Comes into the foot of Manhattan.
Now we have a report from Shadow Traffic that some of the bridges are being reopened, but this started to unfold before 9 o'clock this morning, and for a time, the borough was in complete lockdown, isolation, while they moved police resources and the FBI's Joint Terrorist Task Force, which was originally on this trail, into the area. Now they're operating with the emergency squads and the bloodhounds.
All right.
If they're still on that island, all I can say is they better know how to swim, because they're not getting off.
They are hot on the trail.
All right, John Miller, thanks very much. We'll update you as soon as we know something.
I think one of the questions everybody has had all along, speaking of the search for the suspects, is did the people who designed the World Trade Centers have any idea how vulnerable they were? Did they contemplate terrorism and what it could do, and particularly terrorism of this kind? And we're going to find out right now, because we're going to go to John Magnuson, who is one of the engineers who helped design the World Trade Centers, and he's joining us from Seattle because that's where his firm is located. And good morning to you, Mr. Magnuson.
Good morning.
What about my question? Did you know how vulnerable the building was?
Well, first of all, there's a couple of points. One, to put it in perspective, the engineering work was done about 35 years ago.
So you're not old enough to have designed that building.
I was in the 6th grade when the engineering work was done.
But you were a very precocious 6th grader, obviously.
Actually, it's interesting. It's interesting because the World Trade Center towers and what they represented was one of the reasons that I went into structural engineering, because of the amazing feat that was done there. First, before I even answer the question, I just want to express how the personal sorrow that I feel for this whole situation, because just like every American, I feel that sorrow, but even more, all structural engineers around the country, they dedicate their careers to designing buildings to prevent damage from all kinds of natural hazards. And when you see an unnatural hazard like this, you just have this horrible, sick feeling and helplessness about the whole situation. It's been interesting because I've had emails come to me from people all over the country, architects and engineers, leaving messages on their website, and they basically said that they haven't really heard the right question yet in the interviews. In fact, my partner Ron Klemenzik and I, we have fielded over 60 interviews about the World Trade Center, and the question hasn't been right yet. The question has always been, why did the buildings fall down? And in fact, the question should have been, why did they stand up?
Well, let me get to that. I'm sorry, let me get to that, and I know you want to answer that. But what is so amazing to me, and maybe we get at this issue by doing it this way, what is amazing to me is how orderly was the collapse of the building. Now, when you look at the World Trade Center as it existed before we lost it, what strikes you always when you look at it is the incredible power of the vertical lines in that building, the magnificent vertical pieces of steel that went up. And what strikes me is how well they held, because the building really fell when it went and could not withstand the kind of heat that it did. It really fell right within the parameters of those vertical pieces of steel.
Well, that's exactly right. And the interesting point is, and what a lot of these emails were saying, is that basically 99% of the buildings in our country would have fallen immediately if they had been hit by a 767. And this building was able to stand, both towers actually were able to stand for about an hour after a direct hit. And I mean, this was engineering work done long before I was an engineer. And I look at the work that was led by John Skilling and Les Robertson, and they really did a phenomenal job. And there's literally hundreds and thousands of people that are alive today because the structure held. It was able to take the immediate impact. I mean, if you look at the idea that if an airplane had had its wings blown off and it had flown for another hour, allowing half the people to escape, we wouldn't be asking, well, why did the plane crash? We'd be saying, how did it fly for an hour?
But go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, if I could, Mr. Magnuson, because I know you were there for the redesign after the 1993 bombing, and I want to ask specifically about the fire itself, because we understand that it wasn't about the structure, it was about the fire's effect on the structure. Did you conceive of something that might be done, looking back, that could have been done, that could have prevented and insulated a fire from taking the rest of the building down?
Right. All office buildings, all buildings anticipate the possibility of fire. The steel loses its strength. The structural steel in a building loses its strength when it reaches about 1,500 to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. And so in buildings, there are two primary means of defense against that. One is to put fireproofing insulation on the steel so that in the event of a fire, it keeps it from reaching that temperature for 3 or 4 hours. The second thing that is done is to put in sprinkler systems. Now, unfortunately, when you bring a plane into a building, in the side of the building, I am sure that the fireproofing was scraped off and destroyed, and there was bare steel exposed. And the second thing is that when the plane came in, it's very likely that the sprinklers were damaged. But even if they hadn't been damaged, they deliver water. And for a jet fuel fire, you need to have fire-suppressing foam. If you look at airport incidents and aviation accidents, they spray foam on the fire. They don't spray water on the fire.
And these were fully loaded planes, and as John and Nance told us yesterday, that's about 14,000 gallons of jet fuel. So the amount of heat that generates, I wouldn't imagine it damaged the sprinkler system. I just imagine that it vaporized it.
Right, and even if the sprinkler system had been working, that amount of fuel, it would have been throwing drops of water on a bonfire.
Just one question before we let you go, and I appreciate you being with us, but we're about to talk to Dr. Tim Johnson about the quality of air in New York, and one of the things that I'm curious about is the amount of asbestos that was in that building.
I do not know. We actually don't have any of the plans at our office. I mentioned there was 2 lead engineers on this, John Skilling and Les Robertson, and Les Robertson was in the New York office, and all of the plans and specifications are in the New York office. But I do want to say one more thing, and that is that in many of the questions that I have been asked in interviews are along the lines of, well, what does this mean for buildings in the future, and should we be hardening buildings? Should we be putting in foam systems so that if there's a jet fuel fire inside a building, that we can handle it? Well, the question is, as a society, how do we address this problem? And it's not hardening the buildings. It's not trying to design buildings so that they can take impacts from jets. That's not the problem, because even if we could harden the buildings, the problem becomes the fact that these airplanes are becoming flying weapons, and that's the realization. And even if you harden the buildings, then you just have to start thinking about what the other targets would be, sports facilities, any place that a large group of people are gathered. So if we're going to minimize this risk and solve this problem, it's not about the buildings and not about high-rises, but it's about security measures related to airplanes and keeping these weapons out of the wrong people's hands.
I don't think it's possible. I'm not a structural engineer, John, but I don't think it's possible in the wildest imagination of any structural engineer who, as you point out, is dedicated to making these buildings absolutely as safe and as structurally sound as possible. I don't think there's any material in the world that you could build right now that could withstand the attack or the collision with a 767 loaded with 14,000 gallons of jet fuel.
Right, you're right, but I'm not sure a lot of people understand that. And even if you take a 767 and say, we'll design for that, well, then what about a 747? Yeah. And what about a few years from now when the Airbus Super Jumbo comes out? What about that? So that path of thinking that we can reinforce our buildings is the wrong path. And in terms of the national dialogue that will inevitably take place in the months and years ahead, we need to think about keeping these hazards, these unnatural hazards, from the doorsteps of our buildings and the doorsteps of our other gathering places.
John Magnuson, it's been good to talk to you, and I appreciate you being with us this morning. I thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
All right, you take care. I want to turn to Tim Johnson, because we wanted to talk about the quality of air in New York. We have seen the skyline shot of New York. I want to show it to you again, where you can see that there is still 48 hours, more than 48 hours after that original attack on the World Trade Centers, this incredible plume of smoke that is coming out of, I guess you have to call it a man-made disaster area. And there are still fires burning in there, and I noticed yesterday that the winds predominantly have been from the north and the northwest, blowing the smoke that has been coming out of there to the south and away from the main part of Manhattan Island. But last night, the winds shifted. They were from the south, and you could, I experienced in only the mildest of ways what those rescue workers have been breathing in, really in volume. But it did make you think about what the quality of air is and whether it's dangerous to people in New York, and most importantly to the rescue workers, who we've seen obviously are all wearing the face masks, but still obviously are exposed to a great deal of this. And we asked Tim Johnson to look into this.
Well, let's separate out two issues. First of all, the general air quality in the surrounding area and as the smoke drifts. Last night, the EPA did 4 different air samples a mile away from the epicenter. And in those 4 samples done between 5 and 11 o'clock, they found either undetectable or insignificant levels of lead, of asbestos, and of volatile chemicals. They're saying, therefore, that the air quality is safe. Now, common sense tells you that if you have lung problems, if you're asthmatic, if you have emphysema, even that kind of air with the particular matter that's in there, by definition, what you can see with your eyes, could cause you problems. So even though it's technically safe in terms of those levels, obviously we advise people, the very young, the very old, and anyone with lung problems, to avoid that kind of air, if at all possible. To stay inside, to use air conditioning. If you're driving nearby in the smoke, keep the windows of your car closed and use the recirculate the inside air for your air conditioning. Now, you've raised the very significant question of the safety of the workers on site. The EPA last night also tested 4 debris samples. They found 3 were acceptable in terms of asbestos and 1 was high for asbestos. So that obviously is a potential concern for people who are going to be there for long periods of time, because with asbestos, in order to do real damage, we know that you have to breathe it in for a long period of time in significant amounts. Bottom line is that rescue workers obviously must be wearing masks at all times. I still see pictures of people walking around without masks, and I think that is absolutely foolhardy. I think it's up to the people supervising the rescue workers to make sure they have masks. They should rinse out their eyes periodically because they can be irritated. And certainly anyone with any hint of a breathing problem developing while working on site should seek immediate medical attention.
Well, again, not to compare in any way what the rescue workers are going through, but having been down there reporting, on a personal note, within 5 to 10 minutes, you start having a sore throat, just from breathing it.
No question about it.
I didn't have a mask on, but just from inhaling for those first few minutes, your throat starts.
There are really 2 kinds of particles. The large particles that develop at the time of the original collapse and with any new kinds of collapses. I mean, bits of cement and other debris that are visible and can really cause immediate problems. And then just from the smoke and dust itself, the small particles, that can immediately cause irritation.
I want to interject something, Tim, and knowing you, I know you'll be particularly pleased about this. Earlier today, when we heard Sean Hughes talk about his desperate attempt to get back from California to look for his wife, Melissa, and we heard the Ross family hope, pray that their sister could come home from Europe in time for the memorial service for their dad. Well, we want to tell you that a viewer has called in and offered a private plane, and also the Vice President of Government Affairs for JetBlue Airlines has now confirmed 3 seats for Sean, his brother Shannon, and also someone who's going to fly in and help them from us. So, again, I don't know if it's the best of times or the worst of times, but maybe the noblest of times sometimes, too.
Well, you forget, we do this, you forget people are watching sometimes, and that they respond so generously is very nice, and it only makes you wish, because the stories of those 2 people are multiplied by dozens and dozens of families who are trying to get people here to New York, and you wish you could help them all. We're going to talk to somebody else who was very much involved and lost a family member in just a moment, but we want to go to Don Daler, who is down on the scene, just to give us some sense of what it's like right now in downtown New York around the site at the World Trade Center.
Yeah, Charlie, we still have been seeing different work crews, different relief workers coming and going in this staging area. And just listening to you and Diane talking right now, it reminded me of being on the scene earlier this morning, seeing the incredible amount of excavation that has already gone on just in the past 24 hours from when we viewed it before. They have hauled off an enormous amount of debris, but as you can imagine, there are tons and tons more to be sifted through and hauled off while they're searching for survivors, with every intent to find survivors, but also searching for victims. One of the things that is amazing to witness all of this, we were watching one individual with one of the cutting torches out on a beam, literally risking his life it's something that you normally think of with construction crews, but this was a deconstruction crew. He's taking this thing apart in order to try and find people. And anyone who comes to New York or lives downtown, as I do, you can't stop from thinking about those magnificent towers. I mean, those were like the flexed biceps of this incredible city here, and the symbols of audacity and accomplishment. And seeing what is left of that now, the still smoldering rubbles back there, is just causes your heart to sink. And yet, every volunteer we meet, every worker, every person who's cheering the workers down here, that maybe is the most audacious accomplishment at this time, the way Americans seem to be gathering together and joining together at this time. One last little story of these volunteers. Just last night, as our cameraman Keith Silverman was leaving this site, he saw a woman walking up 6th Avenue, stopped to give her a ride. Turns out she was a nurse from Washington, D.C. She had come down here, had filled in a full day's service in triage, was exhausted. She had been in the city of New York to accept an award for her volunteer work in D.C. Back to you.
That's a nice story. Thanks very much, Don Daler. Appreciate it. Want to talk to Blake Allison, who is joining us this morning, excuse me, from Boston. His wife, Anna, was on American Airlines Flight 11. Blake, married 10 years, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And I understand if you were flying, she would take you to the airport. When she's flying, you would take her to the airport.
Yeah, that was just one thing we would do for each other. We wanted to be together, and knowing that the other person was usually traveling off to something that was important, just reinforce our care and love for each other by being a part of that as long as possible.
And she called you from the plane before there was an indication of trouble. What did she say?
Well, she called me because I was supposed to have a big trade-related event for my business on Tuesday, and she knew I was anxious about the outcome, and as she always does, she reached out to me to reassure me that everything would go fine and that my fears were groundless, and that she loved me very much, and as she always said, put me in your pocket, you know that I'm with you. And I told her how much I valued her support and that I loved her too. And then the flight attendant told her she had to hang up, but at that point there was no any indication of anything out of the ordinary.
When did you find out?
Well, it evolved at work, really. I was sitting at my desk when a fellow employee came in and said, is the show we're doing today near the World Trade Center? And of course I thought of Boston's World Trade Center, which is an exhibition hall on the waterfront. And I said, well, yes, it is. Why do you ask? And he said, well, a plane has just crashed into it and it's on fire and they may evacuate the area. And I was instantly concerned because it fit the window of her travel. And I turned on the radio to get the all-news station and discovered that I turned in just minutes before the second plane hit the second tower. And of course I realized at that point that we were talking about New York City, so I felt a sense of relief knowing that she wasn't involved. But as I sat at my desk, I listened to conversations going by in the hall, and I heard somebody say something about hijacking, and I began to feel uneasy. And I went downstairs for some reason and came around the corner just in time to hear another colleague say that they were now saying that the flight was hijacked from Boston heading to Los Angeles, a jumbo jet. And I knew instantly that that was the worst for me, that was her plane.
I know you want everyone to remember her, and most of all to know that she had the most wonderful laugh in the world.
Yeah, it was infectious. If she got going, it just consumed her body and her being. She would sit there and shake all over, convulsed with laughter, and you couldn't help but hear that and just feel a lift of spirit being around somebody who's so clearly was at one with the joy of that moment.
Well, it has lifted your spirits in the past, and I hope it sustains your spirits. Blake Allison, thank you for being with us. and telling us about Anna.
You're very welcome.
You take care.
Thanks.
All right, all the best to you. You know, the 3 hijacked planes that hit the World Trade Center, hit the Pentagon, all so tragically successful from the terrorist point of view. The 4th plane, the plane that went down in western Pennsylvania, United Flight 93. There's always been in everybody's mind what was going on in that plane, and there are now some indications that perhaps what happened was that the passengers overcame the hijackers and somehow got that plane to crash before it got to whatever its intended target may have been. And much of this information comes from Dina Burnett, whose husband Tom was on the plane and called her and really outlined what some of the passengers intended to do. And we had a chance to talk to Dina Burnett yesterday and just listen to her story.
My husband called 4 times, and the first phone call, he told me that he was on the airplane. They were in the air. There were hijackers on board, and they had knifed a guy, and they were saying that they had a bomb, and to please call the authorities. And then he hung up. I told him about the World Trade Center, and he asked me information pertaining to that, asked if there were commercial airlines, and I said I didn't know. He said, well, they're talking about flying this airplane into the ground, and he hung up. He told me they were getting ready to do something, and I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something. We're going to do something. And he hung up, and he never called back. You could tell that he was ready to go. He was ready to do something, that he was not giving up. And it truly was not characteristic of Tom to do anything less than to try to solve the problem. I draw comfort from the fact that I know he didn't go down by giving up. He certainly went down fighting. They understand that their dad is dead and that he's not coming home. They asked if he was in heaven, and I said yes. And that they asked if he could talk to them on his cell phone.
Boy, is that a poignant.
Think of the lives they may have
kids.
Saved. Think of.
We're never going to know what actually happened, I suppose, on that flight, United Flight 93, that went down in Pennsylvania. But I suspect you just have to believe that the passengers took some sort of action. And there are indications also that they knew what was going on. That plane went down after the World Trade Centers had been hit. And there's indications that that information was conveyed to them, what was going on. So if they weren't told specifically by the hijackers, they must have sensed that this plane was being hijacked for a reason. And you've just got to believe the way people react. If they knew that they were likely to die anyway, that they were going to make sure that nobody else died along with them. Anyway, we're reaching the end of our time on the air while Tim Johnson's cell phone goes off, sitting next to us. But we're going to go off at 10 o'clock. Peter Jennings, as he has done such a magnificent job over the last couple of days, will rejoin you and keep you up to date as we go through the day. But we want to sum up exactly where we are this morning. And the number one thing, I think, to talk about, the recovery efforts that are going on at the World Trade Center. They have not found anyone else alive in the last few hours. And the mayor saying that they now have a registry, because we may not find all the bodies, but they have a registry of missing persons that now is 3,700 names on that registry. And that probably isn't all, but 3,700 so far, and that number obviously is staggering. The number of firemen lost now numbers around 300 New York firemen, and the number of New York police and Transit Authority police lost 60. So they have about 360 missing from those divisions, and you have to presume that perhaps they are gone. And the number of injured now, well over 2,000, probably about 2,300. That obviously all the most important. The recovery efforts at the World Trade Center site go on unabated, literally with thousands of workers in there. Buildings around still unstable, but no more buildings have collapsed. Down at the Pentagon, instability in the building prevents them from getting at bodies. They now believe they've identified 70 bodies. There are more than that. but the Pentagon was talking about the fact that hopefully the number of fatalities there, because they'd been talking about 800 at the beginning, now may be under 200 or around that number.
And I'm just going to interject here because we know these things happen, and I guess in the middle of all this and in the middle of all this valor and nobility, we're still sort of shocked sometimes by seeing another side of life. Did you know that some people had offered on eBay portions of the World Trade Center rubble? eBay has now announced, this is the massive internet auction site, they will ban the sale of any items related to the World Trade Center.
And the other headlines of the morning, the investigation goes on unabated, and there are people being detained in many areas. Brian Ross reporting earlier on, 5 people in this country for more than a year had gotten pilot training down in Florida, some of them pilot training in commercial-sized airlines, and 2 of those people identified who had been in Venice, Florida for more than a year were at the controls, presumably, but were in American Airlines Flight 11 and the other flight, United Flight 175, that crashed into the World Trade Center towers. And they have also detained one of those people who got flight training down there. There have also been raids that have gone on overnight in Europe. There has been a sort of a massive operation in Staten Island, which was shut down for a time this morning as police moved through, identified 3 cars that were suspicious. They thought they may have gotten people because there is a total network, the Justice Department is saying, of about 50 people. They've identified all the people that were on the planes, other people who have supported them. That's who they're after right now.
Final sentence from George Stephanopoulos.
Well, just there's going to be lots of work in Washington today. President working on 3 fronts: to establish an international coalition to respond, to get the Congress behind it, and then finally to speak to the country and get the country behind it.
And Dick Gephardt on our air here, the minority leader of the House, saying the president will have anything he needs and everything he needs to retaliate, and there's already talk of retaliation. A prayer service at the Capitol last night, a Capitol policeman named David Nelson sang Amazing Grace, and we will let that take us off the air. God bless.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come, and the grace that brought us safe thus far, and the grace will lead us home.
This is ABC News continuing coverage. From New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. This is Peter Jennings, and it is the morning of the third day. And you may be up, and you may be waking up, depending on the time zone in your part of the country. You may have been up all night, as a great many people have in the country, either engaged in what's happening at a distance or deeply engaged in trying to do something up close. And the U.S. government has been awake all night, unquestionably trying to understand all this, trying to plan some kind of a response, trying to get the country back on track in a full and complete way. And our intention for the next several hours is to obviously continue to cover the events which pertain immediately to the crisis in New York and the Pentagon and the investigation and what the administration is trying to do, but also try to enable many of you, all of you across the country to participate in the anger and anxiety to a greater extent maybe than you've had a chance to do in the last several days as we've been immediately focused. There haven't been huge changes overnight, as I think you've heard if you've been listening to Good Morning America, listening to the radio, looking at your newspapers this morning. Well, there's a huge amount of, large amount of wise, angry, emotional content in the newspapers all across the country today, and we'll get to that in time, again, in many cases, because it will enable us all in the country to participate continually in something that has so deeply affected us. And we'll also, I think, be struck in the course of the day, again, how much the rest of the world has been affected, both the allies and friends of the United States, who are, in many cases, just profoundly shocked by what has happened here, and, of course, the enemies of the United States, because in understanding the enemies of the United States in the next several days is going to be so important and so key to the response to this, which the United States proposes. But there in lower Manhattan is somewhere, someone wisely said this morning, the odor of terrorism is still in the air, and we have a utterly clear, constant reminder that the decade-long holiday from history in the 21st century for the United States is over. The Mayor Giuliani, and of New York, who we have no assurance that he slept at all, to the best of my knowledge. He may have had a little time down, but there's no example he had. Here is he again.
Operate every single day. Yesterday we registered over 2,000 families, and therefore, if you are looking for someone that you believe is missing as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center, that's the place to come to register, to bring identifying data, and we'll do everything we can to help you. The city is still closed, 14th Street South. Our objective today is to try to get it open, a good deal of it open, for midnight tonight, literally, really for tomorrow morning, and we will be working to open it down to Canal Street, and then to open also other selected areas so we can create corridors into the Wall Street area. We'll continue to keep West Street closed all the way down. We'll continue to keep probably a street parallel to West Street closed, and possibly the FDR Drive. We're not sure yet. But tomorrow the city will be open, certainly down to Canal Street, and then selected portions further down. And obviously a lot of the work today will be designed to try to get that done by midnight tonight. There are a number of other things, but I'm sure it'll come up in the questions. Again, I want to thank very much the governor and the state and the federal government. We finished our meeting this morning and were able to coordinate many things that would be impossible without the close cooperation of the state and the state agencies. And thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. We continue to see a tremendous outpouring of support from people across the state and literally around the country to help with the relief efforts and to help the families. We've had 16,000 calls on our hotline for people offering to volunteer their services to help with the relief effort. We're working with the city and the mayor, and we hope to have the Javits Center available later today as a place where volunteers can go register and get pre-cleared. If people want to help out, whether they're medical professionals or construction workers or just simply people who want to volunteer, we'll be able to sign them up, put down the nature of their offer of assistance, and be able to call on them as this process goes forward, as it will, not just for days, but for weeks and weeks. We also are setting up an emergency center to help with the economic recovery of the city in conjunction with the city and in conjunction with federal agencies, and that will be at the state's Empire State Economic Development offices at 633 3rd Avenue on the 32nd floor. We will have representatives from all state agencies, the city's economic development team, the SBA, and others there to help businesses try to get their operations in recovery. Finally, on a more prosaic note, we have agreed on the new dates for the primary and the runoff. The primary will be rescheduled for September 25th, and if there's a runoff in New York City, it would be held on October 11th. Again, I just want to thank the mayor and his team for their tremendous leadership in helping the people of New York get through this crisis, and assure everyone that this effort, this joint effort led by the city with the help of the state and the federal government, will continue, so that everything we can do for the people, for the victims, for their families, and for the future of our great city and state will be done. Thank you.
The governor of New York and the mayor of New York, who we've now become much more familiar with as a nation as a result of this crisis. And the mayor has released the latest figures of those missing in the World Trade Center, and it is 4,763 people actually missing. ABC's Cynthia McFadden reported a short while ago that 2,300 people have been seen at New York City hospitals. This does not include those who were moved across the Hudson River to New Jersey. The mayor also does point out that, and gives us some picture of how difficult the rescue operation is when he says that 94 bodies have been recovered. But the latest missing figure, which is the anticipation of disaster figure, is actually 4,763. We also have the latest assessment on casualties from the Pentagon, and we go to ABC's John McWethy. John. Just a sec, please, John. We can't hear you. Jack, John, John, just hang on one sec till we get you plugged in. We cannot hear McWethy, but the Pentagon, which has been extremely careful about releasing its casualty figures, has now, I think, been forthcoming with some. John? Okay. We have lost to Washington. I think that I can tell you at the moment that that they continue to estimate about 190, 200 members of the Pentagon establishment, or people who were in the Pentagon at the time, are actually missing. About 70 bodies have been recovered at the Pentagon, and that's the latest picture on that. We keep going downtown, obviously, to Ground Zero. Let's check in quickly with ABC's Don Daler.
Peter, I'm here at a staging center very close to 7 World Trade Center, the still smoking, still burning hulk that you see behind me about 2.5 blocks away. This staging center is where the relief crews are arriving to be given their assignments and to head into the area. It's also where they've been coming out after doing their time in the disaster region, getting coffee, getting refreshments, that kind of thing. Just about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, a group of New York policemen came out after serving a 15-hour tour of duty in what can only be described as a war zone. There were 37 of these men. They were obviously exhausted, and they were looking around asking people what could they do next, where could they go next to help.
Thanks very much, Don Daler, who will continue, who's been, like all of the reporters and all the relief workers, just been there constantly, penetrating as deep as they can into this particular zone. It's a continuing story, as we said, in which the whole country is engaged, and it may take us just a few minutes here to get our lines up from Washington. Can I talk to Capitol Hill? ABC's Linda Douglas. Okay, all right, so we've lost our lines to Washington for just a moment. We can tell you that the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Annett, is going to hold a news conference in a short period of time to give the country some sense of what he has planned in detail about opening up the airspace across the country. He has already ordered that the national airspace be reopened to commercial and to private aviation effective at 11 a.m. Eastern Time today, and that's in about 50 minutes from now. And it's all very well to say it on paper, but it's going to be hugely difficult to get this system up and running, as we've told you many times before, and we simply do not know exactly when many of the stranded people in either this country or in Canada or overseas are going to reach their destination, but we do know that there's a huge economic and human dimension to getting the aviation space open. There's been a fairly bitter argument at times between the aviation industry and the Department of Transportation about what constitutes putting in place immediately a new security procedure, how much that will slow down getting the aircraft overall. Remember, 40,000 flights, we've told you many times, go back and forth across the United States on a daily basis. We can also, I think, review for you at the moment, if you've been watching television for a very long period, if you're just joining, it's a new thing, review the current status of the investigation. ABC's John Miller and Brian Ross are here. They have both been on it as quickly as the authorities have been in many cases. John Miller, you start, and then we'll come to Brian.
We have some fast-breaking developments in New York right now. Within the last hour and a half, New York City police picked up a license plate of a car associated with a key suspect, Mohammed Atta, involved in the attack on the World Trade Center. They chased that car into Staten Island, and the suspect or suspects who were in the car got out and fled. Bloodhounds were called to the scene, emergency service units, SWAT teams. They're still conducting a search in that area. They don't know who it was who was in the car, but they know that the license plate was associated with a suspect wanted in connection with this attack. While that's unfolding now, FBI evidence response teams are on their way to process that car and see if clues, fingerprints, a hair, a fiber, something can give them direction on who was driving it. One of the key aspects of the investigation today is the primary actors, those who hijacked the planes and slammed them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, are all dead. Investigators know that, but as the Attorney General said this morning to us, they do believe there are support people still on the ground, logistical support people involved in the plot. That would be the larger number, the so-called 50 potential suspects they're looking for, who are still alive, that they're still seeking in New York, New Jersey, Florida. This car they chased had Florida plates. One other thing developing. Just
before you get that development, the 50 people that the Justice Department, the FBI, is talking about at the moment are people in the United States, presuming some support system outside the United States as well. But it's this immediate 50 they're focused on.
Exactly, but that counts the 25 suspects who are dead. It's 50 names involved in the investigation. And to not overstate it, having spoken to investigators on the line today, they're saying these are names that have surfaced and then names that have surfaced in connection to them. And we're really not going to be satisfied till we locate them all, find out whether they're dead or alive, meet them, and find out what they had to do with these suspects and if they had any knowledge of this. Also unfolding right now, the evacuation of the Marriott Hotel near JFK Airport. The bomb squad is en route. 2 suspicious packages were found in the basement. That would be part of a spate of bomb scares that have unfolded throughout the city since this incident. The thing that have raised them up about it is that the packages are addressed to a suspect named in connection with this investigation. So it could be a valuable clue or an elaborate hoax. So far, too early to say.
As you've pointed out several times, those people who were actually involved, the 25 suspects who were dead, did not appear to care very much, for obvious reasons, that they left a paper trail. And I think it's been impressive to many people how quickly the investigative agencies have got on this trail. Brian, let me turn to you for a second. We have a very instant almost familiarity with this man Muhammad Atta in Florida, who's named as one of
We
the
know a lot about him. We know that he trained back in June of 2000. That was the month, Peter, if you recall, the presidential campaign was underway. Elian Gonzalez was being returned to Cuba. In that time, Mr. Atta and his companion, his accomplice, were training to be pilots in Venice, Florida, went on to take jet training lessons. Atta was on board American Flight 11, the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. His accomplice was on United Flight 175, the second plane that crashed into the World Trade Center.
Now, do we believe that these are individuals who've been in the country for a long time? I never did quite get it clear yesterday whether or not they'd come into the country in the last day or so, or they have been in the country. Were they sleepers, in essence?
They were sleepers at least from June of 2000 on, but some authorities believe they had gone over the border into Canada in the month preceding the attack, perhaps to receive instructions, perhaps for any other reasons, and then came back into the country through Canada. It's clear now they had cased out the Boston airport for several weeks before the attacks. It's also clear they had traveled extensively, and Vero Beach, Florida seems to be a major area in terms of the FBI focus now, in terms of where at least 7 of these suspects set up, lived in expensive homes, tried to mingle in the community, as you call them, sleepers. And now as they pulled the string on Atta, they have found connections into Hamburg, Germany, where overnight authorities raided 8 different apartments, arrested an airport worker there traveling under a false passport, and we're told more police action is expected today in Germany.
Do you have any sense, either one of you, that the international law enforcement community has moved quickly to cooperate with the United States in trying to get to this? John?
There have been raids and arrests in Hamburg. They're expecting to see more of that, not just in Hamburg, but in other places. And if you go back to this spring, American and foreign authorities worked together to knock out these cells that they thought were about to pull up a job. So there were raids in Hamburg then, which led to raids in Genoa, which led to raids in London. And in each location they found explosives, chemicals, materials, and plans. Each plan was different. And I remember the feeling of elation they had at the time. This is just last spring in some of the very same cities that they had knocked out a cell. And apparently there were other cells, some in the same places that they didn't know about.
And Brian, it has been unclear for some hours as to whether or not American authorities have arrested, detained, questioned a variety of people here. Can you put a number and a status on that?
They've done all those things except arrest. As far as we know, no one has been charged in connection with the attacks. A number of people have been detained for questioning, held as witnesses. Some have been detained and then released overnight. The people picked up yesterday in the hotel in Boston
have been released.
Were released, seem to have been unconnected to the case. Others have been detained in
Must have
Florida.
scared the hell out of those people when the SWAT team went into the Westin Hotel in Boston.
Indeed. Others detained in Florida are still held in custody and are known to have connections or believed to have connections, particularly with the flight school where the training went on. Documents left behind in one of the homes indicate that they got into the flight school claiming they were part of a Saudi Airlines training team, and they received training in 747 jets.
It's not very difficult to get into those flying schools. In fact, it's been interesting listening to the people at the flying schools in the last 24 hours saying we trained the vast majority of the pilots we actually train overseas. Just before we move on here, John Miller, at the moment, these arrests, these detentions come basically under the laws that the Immigration and Naturalization Service have in order to hold people on a temporary basis.
And this is something the federal authorities have used in these counterterrorism investigations before. I don't know if it's considered fair play, but they certainly have an advantage to be able to stop, detain, and check immigration status. And then once they do that, anything they find in the process, somebody used a different name somewhere else, somebody filled out something on one form that doesn't match another, which has the potential for them to use the charge of lying on an official document, that gives them sway to hold these people for a long time. So it's an advantage in these investigations as long as it's used fairly.
We know how long the INS has been able to hold some people and cause scandal in some parts of the country, holding people for long periods of time without charging them outrageous many Americans. Okay, we'll come back to this if I may. I do want to, we've now reestablished communications with Washington. Now, we've been in many respects very lucky for the last couple of days. John McCarthy is at the Pentagon. John?
Peter, we have some very preliminary numbers, but they're beginning to get a little harder here. Officials say they're likely to go up. An overall total of 190 dead and missing, preliminary estimates. And of those, Peter, we believe about 74 are from the U.S. Army, 42 from the Navy. Thus far, there are no dead or missing reported from either the Marine Corps or the Air Force. The Air Force is located on the other side of the Pentagon. 10 from various other agencies. I read that to be the Defense Intelligence Agency, which was in the area that was struck badly. So 64 passengers and crew on the airplane. You add all those numbers up and you get an idea of what has happened here. They have not recovered anywhere near that many remains thus far, about 75 at this point, we are told. All of the remains from this site are going to be taken to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. That's where the Pentagon, or where the military, has a large mortuary and forensic operation where they can do the body identification. Of course, some of these bodies are terribly charred, and so they're going to have to go there and try and figure out who is who.
Thanks, John. Boy, Dover, Delaware plays such a role in the nation's history. We've seen bodies come back from so many parts of the world, going first to Dover and from the war in Vietnam. From various terrorist attacks on Marine officials overseas. I want to check in quickly with Dan Harris, who is on the west side of New York, just because, as you heard Mayor Giuliani there, there's a real instinct and a push, not only in New York, but everywhere around the country, Dan, to get the country and the city moving again. The mayor said he thought he'd have from 14th Street down closed continuously, but trying to get corridors into Wall Street. What's it like in the rest of the city?
In the rest of the city, we are edging ever so slightly back toward normal. A lot more people in the city today, a lot more life on the streets. That's because the major arteries leading in here, the tunnels, the bridges, the train lines, are all reopening this morning. The major cultural institutions also reopening. The Bronx Zoo, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Broadway, and so on, reopening tonight. The mayor, as you mentioned, urged New Yorkers to try to get back to normal as much as possible, and we're seeing that. In fact, we went out and spoke to some people this morning. Let's take a listen to what they had to say. At a time like this, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Streets being cleaned, deliveries being made, trains full of commuters arriving on time. The routine is slowly being restored, and many find that supremely comforting.
I think it's good for us to return to normal and to do the things we need to do, to keep going.
The routine is very comforting, so to see, that it hasn't been completely and utterly disrupted is definitely a familiar feeling. Feels good.
It's quite a change from yesterday, when this normally colorful, cacophonous city was in a state of stunned silence. Empty streets, closed stores. And while things are now picking up, the reminders of disaster are everywhere, from street-side newspaper vendors to the radio blaring at the deli, and getting through this, to the extra security just about everywhere.
It's a little bit eerie, to say the least.
It's a feeling of, insecurity, basically, so you don't know what's going to happen.
However, as students returned to school and stores reopened their doors, there was a sense that getting back to business was the best way to triumph over terrorism.
You can't let a minority of people ruin the majority.
We gotta show them that we're not scared of them.
We have to let them know that we are people that are united. We work together, and we're gonna come out of this thing here clean.
Make no mistake, though, people on the streets of Manhattan are still very jittery. So are police. A perfect example of that going on behind me here, Peter. Between 64th and 65th Street here on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, police say they have found a car, a white Cadillac apparently, that they think might, and I stress might, have a bomb in it. They have cleared off 64th and 65th Street, or 65th between 64th, and they have detonated one device in the rear of the car, and that did not set off any bomb. They are, we are told, going to detonate yet another device sometime soon. But a sign that they are not totally panicked about this, Peter. They have not cleared out this entire area. There are still a lot of people around here, and I should tell you, people are quite jittery. Peter?
Thanks, Dan Harris. You know, there hasn't been much to smile about in the last couple of days, and the only reason I actually find myself, I think almost for the first time, smiling is because I'm reminded this morning how many people we have heard in interviews saying time and time again, well, we're going to come out of this. The country is going to be strong. George Will, the columnist this morning, who like a lot of really wise and intelligent people in the country has thought hard about how the United States should respond, points out that an old Chinese theorist said kill one and frighten 10,000, but in the modern era of technology compounded by the access to disaster that we in the media provide, you kill one and you may be intending to frighten 10 million. But as frightened as people are, and with very good reason in some places, certainly in lower parts of New York City, no wonder people were terrified. But everywhere we go in the country, almost every report we do get this feeling, for this evocation from people saying, you know, we're going to get through this. And we're going to go to Washington several times today to see the government trying to get the business. You hear the mayor trying to get the city back together again. And no question that the whole intent of terrorism is to terrorize, to kill a few and terrorize many more. But the spirit in the country we've been trying to appreciate over the last couple of days, aside from being angry, aside from being very much in the mood for revenge, and that's one of the things we'll talk about at some length today, in many ways being traumatized by the whole notion of this happening here. There is this constant repetition by people that we are going to get through this and the country is going to be okay. Now, can I go to Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill? Linda, on Capitol Hill today, the Congress has been very determined to get on the record a public resolution of its intent, its support for the president, its commitment to providing more money. Where are we on that now?
Well, in terms of the commitment to provide more money, there does now appear to be pretty much agreement on the first request that's going to come from the White House, which is for $20 billion in immediate emergency aid for this fiscal year, which ends at the end of September. So this is just for the next few weeks. And this is money that would be used to help New York. It would help protect against other terrorist acts. It would help fight against those people who perpetrated this act in the first place. This is what some are calling simply a down payment on the vast amounts of money that everyone from both parties agree are going to be necessary. The other development up here, Peter, is that, as Terry Moran reported last night, President Bush was meeting at the White House with leaders, it turns out Republican leaders, trying to craft some language that would give him War Powers Act, the authority to wage some kind of war, however it is defined, under these circumstances. That draft language has now arrived over here on Capitol Hill, and Democrats are saying it simply goes much too far. Many Republicans are agreeing, comparing it to what President Johnson secured during the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which gave him unlimited powers, essentially carte blanche, to fight any way, anywhere, with any amount of money, anytime he wanted. So this language is now being reworked by Republicans and Democrats because one Democratic senator told me, we do not want any public disagreements with the president. This is not a big dispute. We disagree with the way he's approached this. We'll work it out, and it'll get done, he said, today.
Okay, thanks very much, Linda. One of the things we'll talk about at length today with our own correspondents and with a lot of people all over the country, citizens and also politicians and analysts as well, is this whole question of a War Powers Act and what does it mean to commit to fighting a war, and most importantly, I think many people feel frustrated by this at the moment, against whom does one conduct a war at the moment? We use the phrase in very general terms. There's no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind that this was an act of war against the United States a couple of days ago. But what does it mean in the short term for the United States in terms of leaning forward, and very importantly, what does it mean in the long run? I want to go to Dallas, to Texas now, to ABC's Mike Von Fram. Mike.
Peter, we're at a place in the suburbs of Dallas. It's called South Lake, Texas. It's a town square. It's normally an area that's bustling with people. There's shops, there's workers above, but right now people are, for the most part, at home watching TVs. They've been glued to it, and it's a problem here, Peter, because merchants are reporting there's no buyers. There's a travel agency here where there's no people that are coming in. What we have, though, is one group here, Peter, you're looking at people who have recently lost their jobs in the technology sector. They're out. They're kind of desperate to keep bread on the table and find jobs, but they have been monitoring this. If you want to get kind of a snapshot of where they're, just what the economy is going to be like, where the people we're going to speak.
I just sure would like to know what people in Texas are thinking.
Good. Sir, you just recently lost your job with Compact Computer. Your name?
Bob Sloan.
And what is your feeling about this? You know that the economy has already been slumping. This is really a terrible hit. What do you think now? Is this country going to get through this? What are your feelings?
We're definitely going to get through this. We're going to have a period of tough times, but the attitude of the people that I talk to, my neighbors, my friends, my coworker peers here, we're going to get through it. It's a matter of time.
But this group here is a support group for one another who recently lost their jobs. Have I got that right?
Yes, it is.
You seem pretty optimistic at a very tough time.
We have to be optimistic. If we're not optimistic, things won't turn around. A lot of it is a question of having a positive mental attitude about what we are capable of doing. And we are capable of pulling through this, of helping others, and of getting back to a normal way of life quickly.
Let me see if I can get some other views. Sir, let me go over to you. Can you tell me what company you work for, what your name is, and what you think is ahead for us?
I was working for a recruiting firm, and the recruiting industry has been hit pretty hard by the economy downturn. And right now, there's not a lot of people even paying attention to anybody looking for jobs, and so this week has been pretty much lost. Frankly, I've been pretty glued to the TV most of the week, watching the events, almost in disbelief. It's probably a little like the special effects that we've seen on TV or in movies, and it's just amazing that this is real life. It's pretty hard to separate it in your own mind. It just really hasn't sunk in yet.
Mike? I can't imagine being... Peter, yes?
I just asked if any of them have any idea what they'd like the country to do.
Sure. Let me start with you. What would you like the country to do in response to this, both economically and perhaps to... what should the president be doing?
I think you guys had Madeleine Albright on TV this morning, and her comment was that we need to very carefully make a measured response rather than be just as bad as the people that actually inflicted this upon us. Make sure that we have evaluated all the information appropriately and then attack the targets that are the right people rather than become a bully ourselves. I don't think that makes any sense. And so we've got to take our time, sort it out, and figure out exactly what the right thing is to do. We've got people in Washington who have all access to more facts than any of the rest of us. So the country needs to be behind those decision makers and make sure that, in fact, that we do the right thing.
Take the time, no immediate response. Let's make sure we do it right.
Can I just I would agree in that perspective that we need to not make a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much, and good luck and fine. Yes, Peter.
Mike, just get a show of hands here. How many, just to widen out the camera and ask a show of hands here, how many of these guys believe the country should take its time and have a measured response to this?
Peter Jennings wants a show of hands. He wants to know how many of you raise your hand if you think the country should take its time and have a measured response. Take its time and make a measured response. It's unanimous, Peter.
Mike, please tell them thanks, and we're thinking of them, and we understand what solidarity means when you're looking for work in this economy, and Bob Sloan's reflection there that that's the way the country's going to get through it as well. Again, you feel the energy and the positiveness in that group, and I thank you very much indeed. The first aircraft that we have seen, I'm sure it may not necessarily be the first one, but my goodness, we've had an airplane that's gone somewhere and has landed somewhere. First aircraft has now just landed at Dallas, Texas. I shouldn't say just now because it landed in the dark, so it must either have been very late at night, early in the morning. But there is one of the really hopeful signs that we have seen today in terms of the country getting back to business. And yes, I know what an extraordinary contrast to the other planes that we have been watching time and time again. You just stay with it for a sec, I'd be curious and I'll see whether we can identify it. No, that's all we had, okay. But there's a plane landing at Dulles Aircraft, and the Secretary of Transportation has now said that the nation's airspace will be opened fully, easy to say, in about 25 minutes from now. And we'll get Lisa Stark, who covers aviation, up. We'll go to his news conference so that everybody in the country has some understanding of just how much commerce and passenger traffic is going to be able to move back and forth across the country, given the very strict security restrictions the FAA wants to impose on the airlines now, and they to some extent want to impose themselves. Now, the Chicago Board of Trade and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange opened up again this morning, and ABC's Dean Reynolds is there. Dean? Hang on a second, we have a mic problem.
Mic problem.
There you go. Start again, please.
Okay.
Dean.
I think you can hear behind me now the Mercantile Exchange has roared back to life after being dark for the better part of 2 days. There's all sorts of transactions, financial transactions going on behind me, and in an adjacent hall they're trading such things as French francs, Deutschmarks, and below me in another hall it's agricultural commodities, pork bellies, meats, dairies, the kind of controlled chaos you see here where an offhand gesture might make you the proud owner of 10,000 bushels of wheat if you're not careful.
When he's finished, I just want some...
The real question is whether or not they should have opened today. And in fact, they said that they'd sensed in the country a desire to get back to business, and this was the best way to get back to business. There are differences here today, though. As you can see on the floor, there's a lot of American flags sprouting in lapels and along desktops behind me, and there was a ton of security to get into the building. So these are symbolic things. The security is not symbolic. The security is a show of determination against the terrorists. The flags are a show of solidarity with the victims. They're, I think, trying to send a signal that America has regained its stride. Peter?
Hey, Dean, we don't, the country doesn't very often get to see the Merc at work. And I just like to listen to it for a second while we let the cameraman just stay wandering there in the middle of that crowd, because I think people around the country really find this refreshing. This is so different than the shouting we've heard in the last couple of days.
I agree.
The sound of America getting back to business again at the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago. Thanks very much, Dean Reynolds. We'll come back to you throughout the day for a sense of the country seen from the Midwest. Here's the Secretary of Transportation.
In order to restore our security to the fullest extent possible, we exercise the necessary precautions while assessing our nation's transportation systems. Now I am pleased to announce some good news for travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, the airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. At this moment, the FAA reports that we have airports starting to reopen across the country. Now, this decision was made after a series of meetings throughout the day, yesterday, and late into Wednesday night, with the White House and other cabinet officials, Federal Aviation Administrator Jane Garvey and her great team, aviation industry leaders, as well as intelligence and law enforcement representatives. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports, and airlines will be resuming their flights as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. Additional airports will be opened only after they meet the new stringent security measures. Anyone planning on flying today, or not even today, but henceforth, should check with their airlines regarding the level of service and flight schedules, and especially be able to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security precautions. As I stated yesterday, Safety is always of paramount importance. And in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to board any aircraft. We have discontinued off-airport check-in and curbside check-in at the airport. All passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only, and only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners.
This list.
And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. We experienced an unprecedented assault on our commercial aviation system. And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers. Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these officers will augment our existing heightened security procedures, serving as a visible reminder of our strong commitment to protect the safety of the American people and the traveling public. Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel.
Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, laying out some of the details we've actually known he was going to impose for some time, and he does raise some questions as well as lay out some very stringent security measures. One of the questions they raise is on the question of, for example, curbside check-in or checking in your bag at the airport or checking in the bag at the hotel downtown before you go to the airport, which is now taken as a very serious issue, and some people in the aviation industry, and not to mention some passengers, have asked if that is so efficient and so necessary, why has it not been instituted before? But that's the kind of debate we'll get into a little later on. And Lisa Stark, when she comes to join us in a short while from now, will be able to give us a real sense of how the country is opening up in terms of aviation. Just take a look one more time at this aircraft that has arrived in Dallas today. It turns out, ironically to some extent, to be an American Airlines flight which had landed in Dallas this morning, and don't need to say very much, but this has happened all over the country. So many people continue to be divided, as we are primarily and obviously focused on the people in New York City, in New York generally, and at the Pentagon, who are still waiting desperately to find some connection to their missing relatives. We at least have in other parts of the country people reconnecting in a very physical way for the first time. Having seen the Chicago Board of Trade and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange open again this morning and back at work, let me just do a quick rundown here. Is ABC's Betsy Stark around? All right, but she is coming as well. Let me just tell you some of the other things that are happening in the country this morning which reassert that business is beginning to get underway, though not in New York City. The trading of U.S. government bonds resumed at 8 a.m. this morning. These are sold through brokers and not at a market site, so these orders are completed over the phone. Trading is very thin this morning. The Wall Street Journal points out this morning that during the 1991 Gulf War, we have a lesson here that the U.S. economy came to a near standstill. Americans stopped shopping and watched television news instead, the Wall Street Journal reminds us, but Americans will begin over the next couple of days to drift back to regular lives. We certainly hope. Cantor Fitzgerald, you've heard us talk about that firm based in the World Trade Center. They sold a quarter of all U.S. treasuries. And we know that 80% of their employees are still missing. And that is one of the really, truly tragic company stories at the World Trade Center. And they're simply not in a position to do business at the moment. And other firms are not in a position to do business. They've either lost their employees, though not necessarily all their records. For people at home who have been concerned about their records with brokerage houses, most brokerage houses keep duplicate sets of records in other locations. But there is no doubt that some of these business companies are deeply impaired in terms of getting up and running again. And that, in some respects, is why Wall Street is not open today. There's been a discussion between Wall Street and Washington in the last 24 hours about whether or not the market should open quickly, should take their time, or should at least not take their time, but not open as quickly as some people would like them to. And in part, it is because Wall Street in itself is not in a condition to operate in all respects. Hundreds of corporate offices were destroyed, including those of Morgan Stanley, the largest tenants at the World Trade Center. Hundreds of other firms were forced to leave their buildings. We have seen documents all over the streets of New York in the last 24 and 36 hours. And so there's just an enormous dissettlement, unsettling status in the industry itself. But they are in many cases shifting to backup offices located in other parts of New York City and New Jersey. And these larger financial companies, I said, are being backed up in some cases by smaller companies, which are related to them. So it's going to happen. And market officials say they hope to resume equities stock trading by Friday. Terry Moran is now at the White House. Terry, the latest from there, please.
Well, Peter, the president continues to have his day consumed by managing this situation, both behind the scenes with his national security team, and he will be also making public appearances. In just a few minutes, he'll be calling the mayor of New York City, Mayor Giuliani. We should probably see that live as he does it. He's also going to leave the White House in a little while and go to a local hospital where burn victims have been taken to visit with families and to thank doctors and nurses. On the affairs of state, a couple of issues. The administration is working with members of Congress to craft some kind of resolution which would authorize the president to use force. This has been done before, both in Kosovo and during the Gulf War, most notably. But I should say that even before that happens, right now, the president, as previous presidents have through his spokespeople, is saying that he has the constitutional authority now to act militarily in defense of the country. That has always been a bone of contention between Congress and the president. They will probably work out some kind of joint resolution to authorize the use of force. The president's also been calling world leaders. He called Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, and Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. Once again, the administration is saying they're trying to build a coalition here. Now, that word should mean something. It did in the Gulf War beyond mere rhetorical solidarity. But the administration says to get into what precisely the president is looking for from other nations to do would amount to discussing military options and military planning, and they aren't going beyond that. Finally, on the question of whether or not when the president was under threat during the day of terrorist attacks, the White House is now confirming on the record that the White House received a call the morning of the attacks from someone who said Air Force One is a target and used the code name for that plane. That is not a state secret. It's Angel. It's generally used. Sometimes you hear it in documentaries or feature films. But that was enough, combined with what the White House says was the flight pattern of the plane that hit the Pentagon, which they say was heading for the White House and hit the Pentagon instead. Those two things kept the president out of Washington and convinced Secret Service and other authorities that the White House and the president were targets.
Terry, I think it's probably inevitable we'll get back to this issue, and certainly people in Washington will wrestle with this whole question of the presidential leadership. But my sense is, listening to the rest of the country, that people are just pleased that the president was was under no threat whatsoever. It's all grist to the mill in terms of presidential leadership in time, but in fact he's back and he's spoken to the country.
Peter, I couldn't agree with you more. Whether he returned at 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. is irrelevant on a day like we had when these attacks came in. What is significant now is how he responds. That's what the country will judge him on, the proportionality and justice of the response that he determines, and his use of the enormous powers at his command and how he discharges his duties. This notion of when he was back in Washington and whether or not the administration is trying to push this story that the White House was under threat, I think is a secondary or even tertiary issue. But they are now confirming that there was a phone call which they received in addition to the flight pattern of the plane, which convinced the Secret Service that the White House was a target.
I think one quote I actually read and heard was somebody said that Air Force One is next. Is that the precise quote?
Well, according to Mr. Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, he recalls it or heard it told to him as Air Force One is a target, using that code name for the plane, which is Angel, and that was enough to convince them that that he was in trouble, in danger, and they needed to take all measures to protect his safety.
Terry, you said the president intends to make some public appearances today. I know we're going to have an opportunity to watch him and Mayor Giuliani talk to one another. We're quite accustomed to that kind of photo op, as they call it, at the White House. But does he intend to come out of the White House and go anywhere today?
Well, he's going to the hospital. We expect he will make some comments to camera there, probably. They are working. One of the aspects of what the White House is doing right now is finding ways, and they believe it's a very important part of his job right now, to get out before the public, to communicate his leadership and what they say is his understanding of what the country is going through. I should also say in that regard, the president has declared that tomorrow should be a national day of prayer and remembrance, and he will be asking all Americans, he says, to go to wherever they choose to worship during their lunch hours, to prayer services or whatever they choose to do during their lunch hours tomorrow, so the nation can gather in prayer. The president himself will be going to a prayer service here in Washington about that time, and that's another way that he is trying to play that symbolic role of president.
But the obvious question is, when does the president intend to come to New York City?
Well, they say that he wants to come very much. There has been talk that he could come perhaps for a memorial service up there. They are being very careful about the president's movements, as you can imagine. He will be meeting with the congressional delegation from New York State and from Northern Virginia, and I believe Pennsylvania as well, where these attacks and disasters occurred. But they are not giving us advance notice on his schedule. Once again, they say he knows what a burden he would be on an already strained city, the arrival of the president, all of the security, especially at this time, that would accompany him. He does not want to get in the way, but he does want to be on the scene.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House. We'll come back to Terry any number of times today, and to people associated with the administration, because this whole debate about coalition, interesting that the president called the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia this morning. You may recall yesterday the the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States made a very unusual appearance to give a public statement, and took no questions, a public statement on how the kingdom felt about all of the concern that these acts had been perpetrated on the United States by Muslims. And he's a powerful and influential figure, but he came out on this one issue to say to the United States, as Saudis very often have to do under certain circumstances, to say that we're an ally of the United States, a difficult ally at times, a restless ally at times, one that has an enormous amount of authority because of its oil power over the United States, or with the United States, but was certainly very much a very active member of the coalition in the Gulf War. And the debate about the president trying to put together some coalition now to fight terrorism is much more complicated than it was at the time of the Gulf War, and in some respects may divide Europe from nations in the Middle East. One of the things that is clearly missing so far from the Middle East today are truly public declarative statements from some of the leaders in the Middle East, not all, but some, as to where they stand on this particular issue. While we're waiting for the president to have a chat with the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, why don't we go back to Washington and Claire Shipman. Claire, what else are you picking up today? Claire Shipman, I know, is there, and we will get to her in just a moment, but that's why we're vamping here for just a moment, because we do not want to miss the president talking to the mayor today. So we'll get to Claire Shipman in just a moment. Do you hear me, Claire?
Yes, I can hear you, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can. We're just getting the bugs out in this particular phase of coverage. Okay.
I know we are. Well, it's, you know, one of the things you were talking about earlier, Peter, that a lot of people are now talking about today with the meetings between Congress and the president is just what sort of authority the president does have to act on his own. As Terry Moran made it plain, the White House says the president believes he can do whatever he wants without congressional authority, but of course he would like congressional authority because nobody wants to take any sort of major step, no president without the support of Congress. But what everybody's talking about essentially, which you mentioned, is the War Powers Act. And it's an interesting thing to look at because most presidents hate it, of course. It was passed in 1973, I believe, over President Nixon's veto, but most presidents try to ignore it whenever they can. It essentially compels presidents to consult with Congress, even get permission before sending combat troops anywhere if Congress hasn't declared war, which is, of course, a congressional prerogative. What is interesting about the War Powers Act, though, is there's a big glaring exception that does allow presidents to act, and that is if there is a state of emergency, if the United States has been attacked. And so it would seem fairly clear that the president can walk right through the War Powers Act should he choose to, given that exception. And many presidents have chosen to ignore it on far lesser grounds. But again, this is a time when I think everybody would like to see a big joint resolution because it's clear President Bush wouldn't want to act on his own without congressional support, and there's little doubt from everything we've heard this morning from many members of Congress that he will get that support, Peter.
Great, Lynn. Claire, thanks very much indeed. The White House, I think, believes that the House of Representatives, according to our political unit, is going to take this up first. The administration, as Claire Shipman does point out, wants language that is broader than what President Bush got. President Bush number 41, not 42, of course, for the Gulf War. But I think that some of what has been proposed by what are described by our political unit as the more hawkish Republicans, though everybody in the country at the moment is certainly somewhat more hawkish. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a great many people in the country are more hawkish than they were a couple of days ago. The flag at half-mast over the White House, obviously. But they think that the proposal needs to be narrowed down. The Democrats, as Linda Douglas reported, are divided about how broad a resolution they will support. They certainly don't want to be seen in a fight with the president over this at this very delicate moment. So the Bush advisors are also working hard on this and thinking, too, about whether the president should ask to address a joint session of the Congress in the not-too-distant future to talk about the resolution. In part, this would be for the symbolism of it, and it's one of those perfect opportunities for the president not only to talk to the political arena in Washington but the country as a whole. But they feel at the moment that the president is pretty effective in terms of talking to an audience. Terry Moran. Terry?
Yes, Peter.
You wanted to say something.
This is right now really the nub of the argument or the discussion between the administration and members of Congress. The resolution authorizing President Bush's father to use force in the Gulf War carried with it an important condition. It was conditioned on the Bush administration at that time showing the leadership of Congress that diplomatic efforts had been exhausted and that the steps taken were appropriate. Obviously, Republicans in Congress do not want to tie this president's hands in that way. And the whole question of the War Powers Act, it was never signed by a president. It was passed over President Ford's veto, and it has never been confirmed in court. The courts won't take it up. They say it's a dispute between the president and Congress that the courts can't referee. So it's a very murky area of law, and as Claire pointed out, it is generally, as it seems to be in this case, worked out by way of accommodation and comity rather than some kind of negotiation and confrontation.
Yeah, in many respects, Terry, it is emblematic of the constant struggle between the executive branch and the legislative branch about who has authority. And with the president having been so narrowly elected, and still some people, perhaps not this week, but some people think the president is not legitimately elected, well, you know how it'll go on.
Well, I think
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you all very much for taking my phone call. First of all, I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area. I want to let you know there's a quiet anger in America that really is real. And also, though, I can't tell you how proud I am of the good citizens of your part of the world and the extraordinary job you all are doing. You're doing really a great job on behalf of the citizens of New York City, New York State, and in the tri-state area. So I want to thank you very much for your leadership and dedication.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secondly, I've been in touch with you all, and you've extended me a kind invitation to come to New York City. I accept. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon after the prayer service at the National Cathedral. I look forward to joining with both of you in thanking the police and fire, the construction trade workers, the restaurant owners, the volunteers, all of whom have really made a huge display for the world to see of the compassion of America and the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come. So thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous. And for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George. And Rudy, thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Albaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've had great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families is going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well, certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless.
Mr. President.
Bye.
Mr. President, is it safe to fly? Specifically, would you want a close member of your family to get on a commercial air flight today?
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would. If a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts? And what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am, first let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy. We conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and we'll be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They fully understand that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin. Had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past, specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciate that statement. And now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do. And we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative again of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And, you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Mr. President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we were immediately on the phone with them. from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How did you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the president talking first to the governor of New York and the mayor, George Pataki, and Rudolph Giuliani, and then going on at quite some surprising and detailed length about his view of the world at this particular moment, what he believes is the relationship he is establishing with other equally disposed to fight terrorism leaders in the world. And when asked at the end there, what are the prayers for himself, saying very quickly the prayers are not for him but for other people. I'm a loving guy, he said, but I've got to do my job. And he leaned into the camera there, at least leaned into the camera that we had there. And I think you saw clearly precisely what we saw. Terry, what strikes me about this is that we have, as reporters, seen many instances in the past where politicians set up photo opportunities of themselves talking to other people because it's a good thing to do. That's one of the most relaxed ones I've ever seen. The president talking to two men who are friends of his about a subject in which they are also intimately involved.
Well, that's a great observation, Peter, and obviously a time like this, the nation learns about the man who's president. Ultimately, they will judge him by his course of conduct in the affairs of state, but what they learned today was in part that. This is a man, as people noticed during the campaign, whatever his level of experience or his policies, this is a man who's very comfortable in his own skin. He was talking to two fellow Republicans and longtime associates, but he was deeply relaxed. He's also an emotional man. This is a man who I remember when I first started covering him, and he was introducing his cabinet in that series of press conferences. At each point that one of the members of his cabinet had a particularly affecting story to tell about an immigrant background or thanking a spouse or a parent who had helped, the president always blinked back tears. That is what is the nation learning about him? They're learning that in this moment he's an emotional man and yet also obviously very determined. I thought that was a very big moment.
I do too, and I got an immediate answer to the question I asked you, which was, when is he coming to New York? And the answer is tomorrow afternoon after the National Prayer Service in Washington. And my guess is, though, that we're accustomed to seeing the president travel with so much security that it absolutely stuns people. Presidents come to New York City and they tie this city up to the absolute irritation of New Yorkers, no matter which particular party it is. Well, this city's already tied up, and my sense is that the president of the city and the state will organize this. He will not have to come with this huge entourage in order to see what he wants to see and say what he wants to say.
Well, that's hard to say. He does not, he makes the final decision on that, but he takes very strong guidance from his security people. And we were told again today in our briefing that the president, while he considers these attacks to have been executed and concluded, does not believe that the risk to him and to Americans has been completely eliminated, part of a function of the world we live in, but also part of a function of these days in particular.
Two other things stand out to me, and I wonder if they stand out to you, and that's the president saying very clearly, as Mayor Giuliani's been very insistent for the last couple of days, that Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, love the flag like everybody else does, and that we do not hold Muslims or Arabs in America responsible for terror. This is surely, I think, a response to the pressure on many Arab and Muslim communities in the country and the sensitivity they currently feel.
No question about it, Peter. That message was communicated to us all day yesterday by administration officials this morning at the briefing. This is something on the president's mind, and perhaps because of the precedent. People have called what happened the other day the new Pearl Harbor. Subsequent to Pearl Harbor, obviously, this country interned in concentration camps its Japanese-American population, and one of the things I think the president and the administration want to get out in front of is any kind of prejudice that might lead to drastic actions privately or publicly. And it was the kind of thing that people expect from presidential leadership at this moment, moral leadership as well as taking the tough decisions.
And the other thing that jumps out at me, but it was indeed prompted by a question, and that is Pakistan. The president said we're going to give the Pakistani leader or Pakistan a chance to cooperate in this campaign against terrorism. I don't think we can tell the audience too many times that this is a deeply troubled country, a very divided country in terms of the United States, an uncertain country ruled by a military dictator who overthrew the civilian government, as bad as the civilian government was in many people's minds. And for the United States to make a deep impression on Pakistan, and it's going to be very difficult.
Absolutely, Peter, and we have been told by senior administration officials over the past couple days, watch Pakistan. We are sending them a message. Watch their actions. What the president was referring to is that General Musharraf, who was led the coup that took over Pakistan, did come out and condemn the act. He said that he pledged support to United States efforts, but the Pakistani government is one of the only governments in the world to recognize the Taliban. General Musharraf did not mention the Taliban or Osama bin Laden in his remarks, and there have been persistent reports from the American intelligence community that the Taliban got their arms in the first place with which they took over Afghanistan from Pakistan, although that has never been confirmed or acknowledged by the Pakistani government. And so Pakistan right now, as the president said, is being judged by the United States at a very critical juncture.
Okay, thanks very much, Tamaran. We'll come back to you throughout the day, but the news there is, of course, and there's, of course, by the way, one other thing which you all, I'm sure, noticed at home. The president picking up perhaps on a lot of advice, perhaps following his own instinct, but certainly very much of a mindset with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, says he will not discuss intelligence matters whatsoever. We saw that yesterday when Mr. Rumsfeld came down suddenly to the briefing room at the Pentagon and made quite a speech about members of the government who talk about security matters, even raised the issue of the fact that they could face criminal investigation. It doesn't stop it, mind you, in government. But, and a lot of it is regarded within government as legitimate to talk about. But the president picking up that note today saying he will not discuss intelligence matters. But he's going to come to New York tomorrow afternoon to, as he said, cry somewhat with two men he's been talking to, the governor and the mayor, to cry with people and to support people and to share with people and tell people through these tears of sadness, as he put it today, that he sees an opportunity for America to do a generation of terror, a generation of favor, and carry the war against terrorism to the terrorists in a more vigorous way. Just one other note before we go on about the Taliban, because you're going to hear a lot about them today. The Taliban very quickly after this incident occurred said publicly through those organs of journalism primarily in Pakistan to which they have access that they were in no way responsible. And they also said, which was quite fascinating, that Osama bin Laden was also not responsible. And one of the spokesmen for the Taliban said the ban which we the Taliban, had imposed on Osama bin Laden is in place. He doesn't have access to a fax or to a phone or any other means of communication, which says, among other things, the Taliban is clearly completely aware at this moment of Osama bin Laden. So when we talk a lot about the fact that Afghanistan has given Osama bin Laden a measure of sanctuary, we certainly get some confirmation of that in their own statements yesterday. And while the finger points at Osama bin Laden, if the United States is ever able to point the finger accurately and directly at him as responsible or complicit in these activities of of the last couple of days in New York City, then it will be patently obvious that the Taliban, well, I should suggest it may well be patently obvious that the Taliban knew something about it, as they seem to know so much about him yesterday. I realize that's pretty speculative. At any rate, I want to talk to a couple of people about defending the nation at the moment. We have a couple of people with us. One is Mary Schiavo, I think I pronounced that correctly, who's the former Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Transportation, who has joined us in the past. Nice to see you again, and you're in Columbus, Ohio. And the other is Stephen Flynn, who is a senior fellow in charge of national security studies at the Council on Foreign Relations here in New York. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
The first question to you, Ms. Schiavo. You've been listening to the Secretary of Transportation today, and you see that he wants to put in place even more stringent security regulations for the nation's airline. How good a job can government really do defending people who travel on aircraft?
Well, actually, they can do a good job, but they haven't had the will to do it, and they haven't been required to do it, even in the wake of Pan Am 103. And most of the measures are literally old measures that haven't been put in place. So yes, we can. There are a number of steps you could take right now, which would be able to give us a stronger answer than we heard from the president. It was interesting that he paused, and then he answered the question about whether it's safe to fly by saying, if one of my family members asked me if it was safe to fly, I would say yes. There are what we can do to make it completely safe. Those measures are not being taken yet.
And what are those measures, as far as you're concerned, that have not been announced today by the Transportation Secretary?
Well, first of all, we have to fully do what's already on the books. One of the things that I would have wanted to hear from the Secretary of Transportation is that every single person in the airports in the United States of America with commercial traffic have been rescreened to make sure they have had the obligatory background checks, and that every person in the sterile areas has had those background checks. That has been a big sore spot in the past. We know that many people have not had the required checks. That would be the first thing I wanted to hear from him. Second of all, if we want to take the security measures possible to completely physically secure the airport, it is possible, but that is going to mean, and other nations have done it, that is going to mean inspecting all of the baggage, all of the parcels, keeping, for example, mail and other non-passenger items off of planes, and fully inspecting every parcel and every passenger. That will take time. It will take personnel. We could use additional law enforcement and military personnel to do it. Those would be the two ways we could absolutely secure every airport and every plane, but it will take time and money.
Well, you say you know of another nation has done it. It seems like a monumental task, harder to do in a democracy than anywhere else.
Well, that's right, but I can remember in the early 70s I had to go to Paris in the wake of the Orly airport bombings. Not only was every flight into Paris scrubbed like this, but every passenger was actually even strip searched and patted down. I had to go into Korea during the tensions in Korea. Same thing there, every one of us, every item inspected. It took a ton of personnel and a ton of time, but they were securing.
You make your own point. They did it at a time of crisis. They don't do that in France at the moment. They don't do that in Korea at the moment. They do maybe a bit more in Korea, but not much.
That's right, but we're in a time of crisis, and to talk about taking steak knives off of airplanes when we need to assure the American public that we have scrubbed the system, this is the time to do it. Scrub that system now and then start over with all the measures in place. I want to hear a scrubbing is occurring.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Flynn here from the Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Flynn, first of all, I'm sure you'd like to comment on what you've heard, and secondly, would you just, well, comment first of all on what you've heard.
Well, I guess let me respond to a couple of things. As I listen to the president, the thing that I'm most struck about is, of course, this recognition that this is a new kind of war. And then that the very first question that we got from the press was, would you feel, Mr. President, safe in advising your family members to get on an airplane? What we have really, of course, is this reality that war now is coming home. You know, we built our whole national security apparatus after the Second World War for an away game, to basically be able to detect and intercept and deal with threats far away from our shores, so we could do a pursuit of happiness essentially here at home, to go about our business with great freedoms in facilitated movements and so forth. What we're struggling with right now is the fact that, of course, that the bad guys aren't playing by that rule. They want to bring the war home, which they certainly have done on Tuesday, and that, in addition, what makes this so audacious is the fact that they essentially blended into the civilian landscape. That's part and parcel of our day-to-day life. Renting cars, buying tickets in a domestic flight, getting on a plane, and turning that into a weapon of incredible terror.
Mr. Flynn, forgive me for interrupting you. I think to some extent you're saying what most of us already feel and understand. I wonder if I could get from you some specific notion, and perhaps in response to Mary Schiavo, what you think can be done to make the country safer at the moment, and in the first instance, air travel.
Sure. What specifically we need to be able to do is what we really have to be struggling with is how do we identify legitimate travelers and cargo as legitimate? Because this is, again, that the terrorists were able to essentially look legitimate. They were able to blend into this real estate well. Now, there are, in fact, new ways to do that beyond just simply open every single bag, stop every single car, stop every single passenger,
for example,
and strip them down. Well, there are things that are being now done in Heathrow Airport that, as an experiment of using iris scan as a way to check into the airport. Iris is something that cannot be tampered with.
You want to explain what iris scan is?
Okay, the retina of our eye.
Right.
The iris basically has a fingerprint that only one person has. I mean, you just can't duplicate it, you can't forge it, you can't do anything. So in order to check on the plane, the notion here is you're pre-cleared, you're checked, you verify who your business are, what you do. You step up to a, not very close even, as several feet away can be, it shoots a picture of your eye and says, yeah, you're who you say you are.
Let me just
proceed without a passport, get on the plane.
Let me stop you there for a second, because I'm always curious about this question. If people can fake identification on a variety of levels, why can't they fake iris scans as well? Why can't someone get their eye scanned into the system as illegitimately as they can get fake IDs?
Really, because we're now dealing with the biology of our cells, which is distinct, and the retina and the iris is able to, it can't be forged. I mean, that's what's special about it, and everybody has one. And so it's a special technology. What's clear, Peter, though, is that we're not going to put in place fail-safe systems ultimately here. This is a part of a layered approach. I mean, we've talked a lot, and clearly the country is focused very heavily on who are these bad guys and how, to some extent, we have retribution. There is obviously an intelligence breakdown that obviously put this thing through. But we also need another layer, and the layer is how do we detect and intercept when these folks get through, regardless of our attempts on the ground, into our transportation system, across our borders, and so forth. How do we enhance the odds that we are, in fact, going to detect them and intercept them?
Let me ask you both. You first, Mr. Flynn, and then Ms. Schiavo, because you are specialists in this. Are there any specific measures that you know of that could have been realistically in place in this country which could have prevented what happened on Tuesday? Mr. Flynn?
None that we can have real confidence with, I'm sorry to say.
Ms. Schiavo?
Yes, there are. First of all, that these were known associates. On an international flight, there should have been at least some checking to see if they were on the list and to pre-screen the passengers.
How do we know they were known associates?
Well, apparently from the news reports yesterday, at least one of these individuals was known, one of the pilots was known as an associate. That was one of the news reports yesterday.
And an associate of whom?
Reportedly Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, but how would anybody at an airport know that?
Well, that's the point. We had screening processes. There are lists to check if activities are flagged on an international flight. We do have additional screening processes and questioning. Those aren't in place on domestic flights. And additionally, had we had other measures, for example, we know they had passes to scout out the airport from the inside, ramp passes.
Right.
That is a tremendous flaw in security, and that needs to be coupled. What we now have is real-time passes. That needs to be coupled. And there are additional scannings besides retinal scans, which, as you mentioned, they can be faked because what happens is you would fit into society. If someone had a retinal scan as a frequent flyer on American Airlines, they probably could have been on that plane. So that is not fail-safe either. And finally, one thing the NTSB has called for literally since the Egypt air tragedy is onboard video in the cockpit that would have given air traffic control more of an idea what was going on much, much sooner. And that was called for after the tragedy of Egypt Air, the suicide pilot bringing it down.
Let me stop you there for a second on that one, because there's been tremendous resistance from many of the pilots about putting onboard video, about putting cameras in the cockpits. Tell me in any way, shape, or form how a camera in the cockpit yesterday could have prevented any of that.
Well, it would have given a clue as to what's going on. The air traffic controller said we knew something was going on, but we didn't know what. We had indication of a hijacking, and we got reports from cell phones, which was very, very fortunate to tell us what was going on. I think the mere fact that a camera in the cockpit, which could not be shut off, like the transponder, would have certainly, one, added the level of surveillance, would have at least let people know what was going on, and after the first one started, it would have been much clearer what was going on. I think it would have added a level of deterrence.
Thanks very much, Ms. Giaber, for answering that. Mr. Flynn, my reaction to that is, and I apologize for being so blunt about it, I think that would have just enabled us to watch people die.
Well, I think that's probably the case, again, because there's only one part of the layer. I mean, I can't disagree with anything that Mary has said. I mean, all those measures are things that should be on the table, we should be looking at here. But here's the core challenge, people. There are 489 million people who crossed U.S. borders last year. There were 120 million automobiles. There were close to 11.5 million trucks. I mean, we could go on and on with these numbers. How do you filter bad from good, giving those volumes? And we are the powerful, successful society we are because we're an open society that deals with the world. And so our challenge really is to think, in this time of tragedy, we have to be willing to think creatively about how we do a better job at identifying legitimate things as legitimate.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Flynn, very much, and thanks, Ms. Giaber, very much for joining us. We look forward to talking to you again about this subject. You in the control room can take me visually anywhere you like. Lead me there. The President has left the White House after that conversation with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, in which, as our two guests, Stephen Flynn and Mayor Giaber, have pointed out, the very first question he was asked about whether or not it was safe to fly. Let's just keep an eye on the door, if we may, please. That way I'll know what's going on. Whether or not it was safe to fly, and he said yes. If he was asked by a member of his family, was it safe to fly, he would say yes. And they both point out that there is indeed more that countries can do in terms of security. It's not the President there. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So we missed things. The President has actually gone inside the hospital, which he said he was going to do, go to the Washington Hospital Center today and talk to people who have been hurt and talk to people who have done so much in terms of volunteering their time and their services to help others. Just to finish that thought, both those guests give us a very good insight into the fact that more can be done, but the consequences for any society of doing more are a restriction to some measure on people's freedom. And it may be easier, quite frankly, to do it in South Korea than it is in France, easier to do in France than it is in the United States. Those countries are subtly all democratic countries, but with different levels of tolerance for people's freedoms. Steve Osunsami is at Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, where he's been for the last couple of days. Steve, as you've been listening, have a look at you. Thanks very much. Yes, Steve Osunsami, who's there at Atlanta. Have you been hearing this recent conversation, and how do you think that might ring in such an important airport as Atlanta?
Well, today, people aren't too concerned about the security measures. They actually welcome them and say that it's sort of the price that we have to pay to ensure our safety. Most of the people we talked with say that they're ready and willing to tolerate the additional inconveniences, no curbside check-in, the check of IDs, the fact that they can't actually linger throughout the airport. The other thing that's important to note, though, is that, we're sort of at the beginning of all this, and it'll be interesting to see 6 months from now if people still say the same things.
Exactly. Now, give us the general status, if you would, Stephen, what's going on down there today. Is there any sign that the airport, has anybody landed at Atlanta yet or taken off from Atlanta?
We've seen 2 planes land, and the first flight to take off is scheduled to leave at 12:15. It's a Delta codeshare flight to South Africa. There were about 100 or so people who got the lucky phone call this morning that they were able to leave their hotels and actually come towards the airport. The airport manager described it this way. He said that the airline system is a great engine. It is finally starting up, but it will take a while to get that engine up to full speed. There are a limited number of flights that are going in and out of the airport over the next few days, and they're encouraging passengers who don't have a ticket to not come here. if they do, they won't have much place to stand.
I'm just also curious, just plain personal curiosity, where did the first 2 flights come from? We can hear the sound of engines in the background of you. Where did the first 2 flights arrive from?
We understand that the flights are international flights, but we're not sure where they are from. We were told that there would be a flight from Canada, one from Bermuda, that would be arriving early this morning, and it's possible that those 2 flights are from those 2 countries.
All right. Now, let me just ask you a couple other questions of security. By the way, the one from Canada, the one from Bermuda, both sound to me a bit like diversions a couple of days ago. And can you see, and have you got some comment from folks on these new security orders from the Secretary of Transportation?
Definitely. We talked to many people this morning about them, and again, the general consensus among people we talked with is that those security issues, however inconvenient, are necessary because it helps passengers feel safe and basically makes people feel comfortable enough to rest assured that the airlines are safe.
Okay. I very much appreciate it, Steve. Check in with us anytime. We want to get a sense of the country on the move again. And I now want to talk to ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us in the fullest sense, which means she covers government as well as the industry itself, and it's a huge subject. And she's the one at the very outset reminds us of the magnitude of the flying, 40,000 aircraft on the move on a good day in the United States. Those of us who travel know something about the consequences of that in the best of times. And she is still in Seattle. Let me just ask you the idle question. Have they told you in Seattle when you can go anywhere?
Well, we know SeaTac Airport is reopening, so that's a good sign. When we'll actually be able to get anywhere, I'm not really sure.
Well, the only difficulty about letting you go anywhere, and I know you'd like to see your kids, is that we'd have you out of pocket for several hours, and I'm not sure we want that. However, did you listen to Mary Schiavo and to Steve Flynn talk about this?
I did.
Some of it, just as a traveler, struck me as a little bit unrealistic. How did it strike you?
Peter, and I think Mr. Flynn sort of made this point, we are talking about such massive numbers. The aviation system moves about 2 million passengers a day in the United States. Can you imagine trying to do extensive screening on 2 million people a day? It's just a mammoth task. And so I think, while I think some of these measures have been called for and perhaps do need to be put into place, I think there's the realistic assessment that you would, in a sense, defeat your whole purpose. You grind the system to a halt, and the airlines and even the government will say that there does need to be somewhat of a balance. We need to be able to move somewhat unfettered, even while we do put security systems in place.
And yet Mary Schiavo, as the former Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Transportation, is one very serious person, very committed to this, and she believes the system, in her words, needs to be scrubbed.
But she probably is not the only one that believes that. I do understand that while all the discussions were underway about what security measures to undertake, one of the things that was raised apparently was whether they would cancel out every single pass, security pass, that is now held by employees who have access to secure areas and, in a sense, recertify every single one of them. That, I understand, was not ultimately decided on, but that's certainly something that a number of people would say might be called for under these circumstances.
Okay, now can you give us some sense of how the nation looks from an aviation point of view at this moment today?
Well, the system is open for business, as we say, but Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, indicated today that you just don't start things up instantly, as we have said. Things will begin very slowly. A number of airlines, including Continental and Southwest, for example, have already indicated they will not resume flights today. And the other airlines that are starting up very, very slowly. And some of them may not even begin until very late this afternoon or into the evening. So again, it's going to be a very, very slow process.
Is it conceivable, do you think, that the country will be back to normal by, say, the weekend? Here we are at Thursday.
Absolutely not. I would find it very hard to believe that we'll have any normalcy in air travel even by this weekend. I think it will be into next week before we can see any sort of a resumption in a large number of flights.
And where do airlines go? It's a little difficult to understand at the moment who's going to take up this burden of security. Excuse me, whether it's going to be the federal government or whether it's going to be the airlines.
The airlines.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
please.
go ahead.
Please.
No, I would say the airlines have proposed, as you know, that the system be, in a sense, federalized. That all security at airports now be undertaken by the federal government. Many passengers may not know that the folks at the screening machines, all of those folks, that is airline security. They are the ones responsible for making sure those folks are trained and are doing their job. Norm Mineta said today that this is under consideration. They're looking at it. I think it would be a massive task for the federal government and very expensive, as you can imagine, for them to take this over. And I want to add on that score, I did have a long conversation today with the former head of security for the FAA, Irish Flynn. He only retired very recently. One of the issues I brought up was this idea of federalizing security. He's against it. His point is, no matter who runs it, you have to train the people very well. And he makes the point, not to denigrate anyone, but he made the point to me that when he would go up to Capitol Hill to testify on security issues, he would do a little testing of his own. He would sneak a fake bomb into the Capitol to see if he could do it, to see if those federal security officers would catch that explosive device. They did not always do so. So his point being that the idea is that you have to increase the training, you have to perhaps increase the wages, you have to do all you can. It's not necessarily who runs it, but the standards that you set.
All right, I just one other question. The Secretary of Transportation said this morning they want federal officials in airports as a visible reminder. Can Americans look forward to their airports now looking like European airports where soldiers walk around with guns basically at the ready all the time?
It is astonishing. I remember being in the Rome airport and seeing that. And coming from U.S. airports, it always sets you back a little bit. I think in the short term, yes. We understand that hundreds of officers from the Department of Justice and also the Treasury will be deployed to at least 17 airports nationwide. So at key airports, you will see armed officers patrolling. And I believe the Secretary of Transportation also said today that they have asked the military whether they might use Delta forces to go on airplanes, actually to ride airplanes to augment the Sky Marshal program. I think the question's still open about whether that's going to happen, but apparently the request has been made of the military.
Okay, Lisa, thanks very much. We'll let you get back to work on...
Peter, can I add one other thought?
Sure.
Just from talking to Irish Flynn this morning. I asked him while he was at the FAA whether they had ever considered a scenario like what happened on Tuesday. And he said to me, first he said the FAA, in a sense, doesn't consider these scenarios. We consider them when the intelligence community comes to us and we talk about threats. But he said, really, this had never been considered. When you think about traditional hijacking, you think about people taking a plane, demanding to be put down somewhere, and then taking the passengers hostage to make their point. He said what had been considered is folks stealing or renting a small plane, a private plane, and crashing that into buildings. But he said what we had seen on Tuesday, that sort of a scenario, really, that had not been anticipated or considered by the FAA.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. Very much appreciate your help. And a real reminder, as several people have said, the people with whom the United States is now in confrontation are smart. Now, we're joined by one of the survivors of the World Trade Center, and as we talk about the future, as we talk about security, we want to keep our focus on the struggle to find survivors of the World Trade Centers. Marlene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're in a hospital bed at Bellevue, are you?
Yes, that's true.
Is somebody told you to hold your head up so you can talk to me? Are you uncomfortable?
No, I'm okay. I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, okay, because if you want to put your head back, please do.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so tell me how you're feeling. How did you get there? What happened to you?
I worked for the Trade Center, one of the carpenters, and I was going to go do a job. And I got on the elevator, and the freight elevator, and I heard the first explosion, and the elevator blew up, the doors blew up, and it dropped, and I was lucky that the elevator got caught in between two floors.
Which floors?
The B levels, the basement levels,
right.
Where all the all the mechanics are.
Right.
And with the screaming and yelling, other co-workers pulled the elevator guy out, and myself. I was laying there for about 40 minutes, and my boss couldn't wait for the EMS. He went crazy. He says, "Get her out of here, get her out of here." And he was able to get me out through Barker Street to the parking lot, and I want to thank him for saving me, because if I would have stood down there, I wouldn't have been here today.
At what point did you actually get out of the building?
When everything first started, you know, according to the hospital, I was the first trauma patient that walked in here. So I was lucky to be one of the first. But after the first explosion, I was laying on the floor about 40 minutes.
And how well do you know that subterranean part of the World Trade Center?
Well, I worked for the building for 15 years. I think I know it from the back of my hand. Really, I didn't expect this bombing to occur after the first one, since I was in the first one also.
Right.
But when I heard that explosion, that's the first thing I thought was, here we go again, another bomb.
And as you lie there, and we're very glad that you've survived, obviously, how hurt are you at this point?
Well, I'm doing much better. My body feels like a truck fell on me, but I'm hanging in there. My leg is sprained. They thought it was broken, but lucky it's not broken. So I just need some therapy, and I'll be okay in a week or so.
So you were incredibly fortunate. Tell me.
Yes.
As you lie there thinking about the investigation and the attempt to find other people in that subterranean world of the World Trade Center, on which so much of the Trade Center collapsed, are you hopeful?
I am hopeful, yes, especially after 15 years working there. It's not just co-workers you worry about, but all the people you work among with, you know, the companies, the people you know after so many years. I pray and hope that, you know, as much people possible survive.
Do you think it's possible that people have survived in the underground tunnels there?
Well, I hope, and then anything's possible. If I made it out, a lot of people in worse situation, they made it out. I'm hoping, praying that they do too.
But are there underground tunnels, just because I haven't asked this before, which are strong enough in which people might have been protected from the force of this collapse?
I would say so. You know, you're talking down 6 levels below. So the point is to get them out.
Tell me, how's your friend Arthur Del Bianco?
He's doing great. I was very emotional when I saw him. I'm happy to see him. You know, like I said, when I first got hurt, he was still fine. When I saw him, he was looking for other people because we heard the screams, and he was going around doors trying to break them through to see who he found. And just to see him that he got hurt, but not that severe, I'm happy to see he's okay.
Because he's with you, I gather, there in the hospital, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I'm just really curious, just one thing. This is really a very trivial thing. That's a nice Bellevue sign they put up behind you. That poster they put up behind you saying Bellevue Hospital, where you are?
Right.
Somebody come along and put that up?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. I don't see what's behind me.
There's a Bellevue Hospital sign. Well, we're very glad to hear from you, Marlene, and thank you very much. You've been in touch with your family and your friends?
Yes, everybody knows I'm okay. I've gotten phone calls from everybody. The hospital's been great.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's Marlene Cruz, who survived the 1993 explosion, survived this, working in the basement. And it just happens. Bellevue is one of the great hospitals in the United States in so many respects. And when you go somewhere to do an interview, somebody always thinks they'd like to have something saying exactly who it is behind the people who are being interviewed. Absolutely appropriate. Let me just move on to a couple of small pieces of news. There's a little bit of confusion about the football schedule. The National Football League said today that it's not going to play all 15 games this weekend following these attacks in New York and Washington. And the league president, Joe Brown, did not say whether the games were canceled or postponed. But the games have, at the very least, the NFL, all 15 NFL games this weekend have actually been put off. It's actually been said that the NFL very much regrets not having canceled games after, and some of you will remember this, after the Kennedy assassination. And so all 15 NFL football games, East-West, have been canceled for this weekend, but we cannot tell you whether or not they have actually been postponed. And you know today that the president has said that he's going to come and visit this that we're looking at tomorrow. He's going to visit New York City tomorrow. There's going to be a national prayer service in Washington tomorrow. We saw there was a very moving vigil on Capitol Hill last night, not to mention any number of private in and out of church vigils that were held in Washington, certainly in New York, sometimes under very difficult circumstances, given the polluted environment here, and all over the country. And I think, not ever attempting to speak on behalf of New Yorkers, the people in New York very much feel the sympathy and support and the attention the people in the rest of the country are giving them. But on this third day, well, just about to get into the afternoon in the east, beginning just before 9 o'clock in the west, getting into this third day of this crisis for the country, there are, in New York City, 4,763 people missing. We know that in the fire department and in the police department, we're talking about several hundred. More firefighters than police, 300 firefighters missing, according to the mayor of New York. And I think it's very hard for all of us to grasp just what it means to an institution as proud and as bonded as that one. 300 firefighters are missing and unaccounted for. 30 New York cops who are officers are missing, or should I say 30 New York policemen are missing, and so are 30 police officers from the Port Authority. The New York, New Jersey Port Authority has offices in the World Trade Center. And at the Pentagon today, ABC's John McWethy has given us the official figures from the Pentagon today. They say that the current estimate is approximately 190 people dead and missing, 74 from the Army, 42 from the Navy, and none, at least at this moment, apparently from the Air Force nor from the Marines, and 70 bodies have been discovered. As we said at the outset, one of the things we want to try to do today, as well as staying on top of the issues of the day, which is the search and the investigation and the government attempt to, well, everybody's attempt really to get the country running as normally as possible, is to talk about the variety of challenges which are clearly very present for the country. And paramount beyond the investigation is what to do about terrorism and how to fight this war that everybody in the political arena and a vast number of individual Americans out of it believe now should be fought more vigorously against terrorism, both here and overseas. And so I am joined again by three people we have relied on very much for this conversation, and I'm not quite sure which order they'll pop up on the screen, but our own Universal Military Analyst Tony Cordesman is with us in our Washington Bureau, and so is our very regular contributor on matters of intelligence and national overseas security, Vince Canestraro. I'm not sure that, yes, Vince is there as well. And we're joined again by retired General Wayne Downing, who is the former Commander-in-Chief of the Special Operations Unit, who's been responsible for making recommendations about making U.S. citizens safer, and by Bob Blitzer, the former domestic terrorism chief at the FBI, who has worked every major case since 1989, including the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. Let me start backwards. Mr. Blitzer, this conversation, I think we all know, could begin now and just go all afternoon and all night as well, and probably does in your community. But you start us off, if you would, in terms of the investigation. Tell us what's most important for us to focus on.
Well, what's most important is exactly what is being focused on right now, and that is the intense investigation of everything surrounding the aircraft and everything surrounding the individuals that have been identified to date. And of course, that's just a massive undertaking, and I'm certain that every field office in the FBI, I'm certain that many state and local law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community are working 24/7 on this and putting everything they have into running down the thousands of leads that I'm certain have been developed over the last few days.
Do the agencies get overwhelmed by the thousands of leads, some of which are legit, some of which are cranks?
Well, I'll tell you, Peter, there's a lot of solid leads, at least in the news coverage I've seen, and you're going to follow the hot leads. Certainly you're going to
to ultimately follow all of the leads, but let's face it, at this point they've got telephone records, they've got some residences. I don't know what's been recovered from those residences, but this has to be the focus. I think in addition to that, I'm certain that there's a lot of interest in securing the black boxes from the aircraft to see what that will tell us also.
Is it your experience? We're maybe some of us not surprised, but have certainly taken note of the fact. By the way, I want to just, if I may, advise all of you that we're coming up at the top of the hour, which will be noon in the East, and we're going to pause to reset the program. But then there's going to be a minute of silence in many parts of the country, so this conversation will obviously be interrupted. But Mr. Blitzer, is there? Are you surprised to see that the people who indulged in this terrorism apparently left as many clues as they did?
I'm really not surprised. If you think back to just about all of the major cases that we worked over the years, including the Trade Center case, we were very quickly able to make a determination as to where some of the individuals were, and of course from the initial determination, the thing just mushroomed out. And I think it's the same thing here.
Just pause for me for a second, would you please, Mr. Blitzer and my others?
Sure.
We're going to pause for a few seconds to allow some stations to join us, and here is a moment of silence at the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago, and I assume at many other places around the country.